Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie. I'm the goddamn Batman, Bellekom.
Excellent.
Sam. Goddamn, I'm the Batman, Burns. And Ellie, I'm the Batman! God damn! Sparrow.
I liked Sam's best because it was like he just noticed, and I don't understand how you could not notice you were Batman.
Yeah.
I would like to watch a film about a man discovering that he's Batman through a complex series
like
of...
Fight Club, but it's Batman.
Yes. The first rule of Batman is that you don't talk about Batman.
That you don't know you are Batman.
You don't know. You don't talk about Batman even to yourself in your own head.
Like Bruce Wayne just wakes up every morning in his luxurious bed, like with weird bruises that he doesn't remember getting. Like the smell of... And then like kept waking up to see news reports about this masked vigilante.
Yes.
Beating up street level crime.
All he remembers is getting high as fuck the night before. He doesn't remember what else happened.
Just a brief sense of, oh, gosh, someone's spending a lot of money on street level crime instead of, putting it into social services and actually helping people. Whoever this man is.
Like, he complains about this guy to his butler, to Alfred, but Alfred knows and thinks it's an act.
Yeah.
He doesn't realise that Bruce doesn't know he's Batman.
He doesn't realise how high Bruce is getting. Yeah. I mean, who hasn't got high and put on a bat costume and fought crime before?
It's like, I don't trust it. Alfred, I don't trust this Batman. Why, sir? Well, he dresses like a bat. They're my worst nightmare, you know? Yes, sir. Very good.
I would pay good money to cast you in both those roles.
I would watch an all Jason Batman. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I want to watch this version of Batman now. This sounds great.
It sounds really good.
Speaking of all Jason, but possibly not Batman, it's time for us to cast our minds to the future.
Is everyone Jason in the future?
And demand of...
I hope so.
Of future us. What messages from the present? Hey there, folks. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. The present is a pretty intense place right now. For our American listeners, if it's the 3rd, make sure to vote if you haven't already. I know it's unreasonably difficult to vote over there. You have my sympathies. Also, if it is the 3rd, or the 4th, or really the whole of the week after, make sure to take care of yourself, talk with friends, have people around who can provide support. Whatever you need to do to keep above water, that's okay. If you're not okay, that is also okay. It is going to be a hard week. Don't expect to be at your best. If looking after yourself is all you can manage, do that. It's all right. Otherwise, well, I can't be sure what it's like out there in the actual future. But if I had to guess, I reckon it's pretty scary, one way or another. I can't promise that things will or won't get better, but I can promise that there is support out there if you need it. We have a Discord server set up by our fans. You can find a link on our website, flintlocksandfireballs.com, and we have a supportive and welcoming community, especially to people of marginalised backgrounds. We are here. You are not alone. And if all we can do to help out today is give you something fun to listen to, well, we're glad we can do that. Fair seas. And now, on to some announcements. The Audioverse Awards are back around again, and we've been nominated this year for Best Improvised Production, myself for Player Director in an Improvised Production, and Sam for Player in an Improvised Production. If you'd like to vote for us, pop over to audioverseawards.net and cast your support. we are still an affiliate of Zavvi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. And once again, in celebration of their new D&D themed clothing line, if you click through the affiliate link in the description, you can use code Flintlocks20 to take 20% off any clothing related purchases, and code Flintlocks10 to take 10% off any other items instead. Once again, we're involved with the online group heist game Agent Venture, the most fun you can have on a Zoom call while keeping your shirt on. Well, certainly a lot of fun you can have on a Zoom call with friends while keeping your shirt on. Pull off a heist, infiltrate a base, and save the world with only a laptop, an internet connection, and your socially distant friends. Check out the link in the description. And of course, a big thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon. You help keep this ship sailing, and for the plethora of rewards and bonus features that I normally mention, check us out on patreon.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs, link in the description. That's it from me, and that's it for announcements this time. So it's back to you, past Jason, Batman. I'm Christian Bale, and I do believe in retaining my vocal cords. I felt so sorry for Christian Bale's vocal cords, but not for Christian Bale. That was just, I don't know why he did that. That was, no.
It's his own damn fault.
Yeah, it is his own fault. Make a sustainable choice. God damn it.
Christian Bale is another of those, is another Welsh actor who puts on an American accent a lot, isn't he?
Yeah.
I just really want to imagine, why are you doing this? Because I'm the goddamn Batman!
I would like in the version of Batman where he's realising he's Batman for him to be Welsh and Batman to be American.
Yes.
And this never to be explained. That would please me.
That would please me so much.
Oh, I don't know. Do we prefer Bruce Wayne to be American?
Actually, it's funny
if
if Batman's Welsh for no reason.
This clip was caught on a smartphone. Why are you doing this? Just tell me what you've done with the money.
I like this version of Batman a lot.
Anyway, on to a completely different fantasy.
We're not doing Batman? I'm disappointed. That's what I sat down at the table for.
I know. We're just going to have to...
Let's do Batman Stardust. Fuck you.
Well, the Waynes are canon.
If Celestia isn't Batman in the future, I'm worried. That's a future I don't want.
Again, I very rarely do this, but just in case somebody will, please draw Celestia as Batman. just in case anyone's feeling mental today and fancies it.
In case anyone's feeling mental for an extended period, please write a screenplay of Batman not realizing he's Batman. I want to at least read that.
Yeah,
we would all wish to audition for that.
Sell it to a film studio and make it yourself. Yeah. But I will settle for reading the script.
Yeah.
And we're all too tired to make it, so you know.
Speaking of being exhausted and finally losing your level of exhaustion, it's time to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see. So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. Oh, this came in a little more intense than I intended. It's exactly the kind of music that Ellie across the table might stick a fountain pen up her nose to.
I would never do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Previously.
I've never once had a fountain pen stuck up my nose to see how long it'll stay there for.
I can literally hear that.
On Flintlocks and Fireballs,
We were putting dice up our nose.
We were. Robbie can fit a D10 up their nose.
The party
I'm sorry.
are caught in the city of Newmark while it is under siege. After a number of shenanigans in which they have successfully declawed the mage battery known as the Masquerade, a platoon, squad of illusionists, the party are now preparing, for their next step, having been, amongst other things, offered a bit of a quid pro quo, if you will, by one of the 5 families of Newmark. If they will steal critical financial information from the bank, from Golden Kratz and Guildenstern in the city, they will buy out all of the properties within the Ferosian district of the city and grant them to the Deadeyes. In return for which, the Deadeyes will join their military expertise and, their 120 or their 100 odd, close to 150 animated undead to the defence of the city. After a number of revelations following a triggered echo storm, the party also met a temporary friend, Reggie, or Regina, at least so she calls herself for the moment.
I intend to be friends with her forever, so I don't know what you're saying about temporary.
Well, she's only planning to stay around for a few.
Well, I'll kidnap her.
This makes sense.
Yep.
Reggie appears to be related in some perhaps mystical manner, given the magic that she seems to have at her disposal, to none other than Reginald, the pink elephant who is so fond of heists. After a night of drinking and questioning, the morning comes. The morning also comes with hangovers.
Oh.
No.
Whoops.
All of you wake around about the crack of dawn. You're actually up at close to 5 this time of year, 4:30, 5 in the morning.
Boo.
It's that the light comes through the shutters,
Why are we awake at this
smacking
time?
you in the eyes, and you have this awful sensation of not being able to get back to sleep. It is the 13th of Falling Leaves, 1798.
Tomorrow's Clara's birthday.
Indeed it is.
Is anyone else awake?
It's just you and Scamp together. Corzin is obviously off with the family room.
And Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's sleeping in.
Of course Jeffrey's getting a good night's sleep.
He didn't drink as much as you did.
Not a morning person.
I've been trying to get back to sleep for half an hour. I have no idea why I'm awake.
I know, I can hear you. You're not quiet.
I thought I was being quiet.
You can hear other things as well. You can hear the hustle, you can hear like a gentle hustle and bustle outside. People walking over cobbled streets to work. This is a factory city. People start their 16-hour shifts early. And there's actually, you can also hear the sounds of not violent commotion, but muttering and chattering, and certainly one voice calling out, like, come along, quick, who's got quick eyes, who's got quick hands? All you need to do is follow the lady. Where's the pea? Which of these cups does it go around? Follow the lady and you could win a silver piece. Come on.
Who's the lady and why should we follow her? What's happening outside?
I don't know.
Does it sound fun?
I mean, it does sound fun. Should we go have a look?
Yes.
You can.
Celestia's like really hungover.
Push open the slats a little of the window shutters.
That's bright.
And through the dim but still kind of piercing to your eyes, because you haven't got your glasses on, light of
Insert comedy Celestia fumbling for her sunglasses sequence.
You can see that there's a small crowd of a mixture of dock workers and factory workers and a few sailors still up from the previous night gathered around a table. Looking down outside, you can actually see there is a small crowd gathered of a mixture of dock workers, factory workers, and some of the sailors still up from the previous night. All those perhaps going out. It's a somewhat motley crowd, a mixture of humans, halflings, some of your tiefling crew actually as well.
I was going to say, are any of the crew around?
Yep, some of the tiefling crew are out, a couple of the human crew you recognise. There's also a number of goblins kind of looking around the edge, goblins and hobgoblins, flat caps like pulled low, but like peering over with some interest. You haven't really spent a lot of time in the goblin district of town. You're not actually that far away. Well, most of them look like they're probably factory workers who have been out to start their shifts, but pulled over by the interest. And at the centre of this crowd, on a little fold-out table, is a woman in a heavy overcoat with a flat cap, who is pushing 3 little cups quickly around on the table, periodically pulling them up to reveal a pin, a pea in the centre, and moving these cups around, encouraging people to find the lady.
Is there a plant in the audience?
Roll an insight check.
It's not amazing. It's a 14.
You do notice that there are 1 or 2 people who seem to come around and spot the pea a couple of times and get handed the silver piece.
Can I slowly just cast Detect Magic?
Yeah, if you want to take 10 minutes on this.
I'm just going to scribble in my sketchbook.
Yeah. While you do also notice, however, that there is on this figure's coat a small pink flower tucked into one lapel button.
Ah, it's Reggie. Okay. I was gonna fuck with them, but I won't if it's Reggie. So tempted to just do illusions of peas, like, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Like, so many of them.
But yeah, you know,
pouring out.
They are very obviously running a shell game. It actually continues, making a fair few coppers along the way, before you notice a group of the militia kind of patrols who are keeping an eye on things come in and come over as well, kind of shouldering through some of the crowd. Some of the crowd, seeing them, start to quietly disperse a little bit.
I always forget whether the militia are on our side or not. I'm so sorry.
They're kind of on your side, yeah. They're the volunteer. They're the volunteer people with guns who are defending their homeland.
Okay.
But some of them are also the Old City Watch as well. And judging from the fact that these ones have better looking equipment, not the new rifles, but they look like they've got actual truncheons as well as their muskets. They have. There's something about the look of them. Heavy set, kind of a little bit. The leader is like a human, heavy set, bit pot-bellied, but muscly, and with quite a sort of pugnacious nose. By which I mean there's something puggish about his features.
Like a man, but a pug.
Yeah. You see him push through and you're like, "Oi! Hey! What's going on here? What's going on?"
I would like to minor illusion a pea onto the end of his nose. So it just sits there and is a pea while he's
Is it visible to him?
I mean, probably.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends, where...
where do you want to place it? Do you want to place it, like, below so that it's just out of his eye line?
I'm going to place it below, so it's like in between his mouth and his nose.
A few people look at that, but he sort of glares at them. They don't seem to notice. Some of the other soldiers...
I make it into a pea mustache.
Hey, Jerry, shut up. The Reggie glances up to the window, cracking a smile from him, but then takes a straight face. Horror ignores you, straight face, like, what seems to be the problem here, officer, is, you panhandling, you thimble rigger? This just a honest game between friends, yeah? Where's our cut? Hey, now, I'm sure I can manage something. She reaches into her pocket, reaches into an inside pocket, pulls out a little kind of scratchy-looking leather purse. You're well aware that she bought drinks for everyone last night, with a handful of coppers, a couple of silvers, and glinting through, you can see what appears to be a shining gold ring with a flawless-looking diamond on the end. And we go. And she goes, hey, I'm sure I can find a little something. We don't need the ring. What? But no, give us the ring. I mean, hey, that's mine. Do you want to go in the stocks or not? She gingerly takes out the ring. He snatches it, walks off, and they turn and go off. She pockets it and goes, well, it's like show's over for today. Today, I'm sure we'll make some fun elsewhere. She looks up, gives you a wink, and goes in.
Yeah, I had read from what you were doing with your expression that she knew what was happening.
Something about, yeah, it just look. There's something going on there.
Mm-hmm. Should we go and see her? We're not going back to sleep, are we?
No.
Excellent.
Let's go wake up Corzin. I don't think he's awake.
I think you should jump on his bed. I think he'd like that.
Oh, now that we have to wake Jeffrey up for.
That's true, and Jeffrey is sleeping peacefully. Monkey snoring is so weird.
It's so cute.
So
it's the
weird.
cutest thing I've ever heard.
It's a tiny weird person. Anyway,
Oh, Jeffrey.
we could do small illusions next to his face until he wakes up.
I was going to do loud illusions next to his ears until he wakes up.
Both is good.
Both is good.
Just reminding you, he'd be probably in the same room as Molly and Little Corzin.
Do we sound like we give a shit?
I'm not saying that you should or that you necessarily do, but it's information that you should know.
Actually, no, we shouldn't wake up Molly. Let's make noises through the earrings.
Oh, let's shout into the message stone. Yes.
Yeah. The little headstone things.
We don't even have to move for that. We can do it from here.
Yep.
Corzin.
You are dreaming about. It's a weird dream. All you can remember of it at the point when you are rudely awoken is that you're drinking a steady stream of purple liquid. It tastes like chalk, and you just can't stop drinking it for some reason. Just like you can't bring yourself to stop, and then you just hear Corzin.
I love how we're all assuming Corzin even sleeps with that tricorn on. It would be like on the bedside
It's
table
like
or something.
you
It'd be
woke
close
up,
enough.
yeah, you just like open your eyes and you can hear very tinnily from the bedside table.
Oh, then.
Okay, he'll reach out and sort of like fumble for it, like he's fumbling for an alarm clock and put it on his
We're not
head.
here and we're bored.
Wake up.
We don't know who we are without you.
Molly's eyes
Okay.
clearly open at your movement.
That's fine. He's going to give her a kiss on the cheek and sort of groggily stand up, start pulling on his clothing. And
We're having an existential crisis. We need you. I don't know how to begin the day without your presence.
he is going to also check on Little Corzin.
Little
And
Corzin
then,
has slept through this and is
We
sleeping
need
through
a
this.
grown-up. Where's our designated adult?
I'm too hungover to be an adult on my own. I need someone else to do it.
He will say just sotto voce so as the other two in the room don't hear him. Like, you are exceedingly lucky it was me you woke up and not Molly. As I'm sure I don't need to remind you.
Molly wouldn't kill us.
Yes, she would.
Molly,
she
Molly
knows.
from the bed murmurs, "Just take care of whatever, and if they wake me up again, I'm going to murder them."
Yes, dear.
She wouldn't murder us. I wrote a song about her for her birthday. She'd feel bad forever if she killed me.
She wouldn't kill her other children.
She wouldn't, no.
He'll make his way out, and I assume to the
common
you'd be in the next room along or something.
Yeah, you come
like,
out, they're both...
downstairs getting coffee or something.
Yeah.
We're not far away.
You head down to the common room where order at breakfast breakfast is being made early. Hot breakfast will have to has to wait until the big pot of gruel is done. But to give you something sweet to tide you over, there is it's a weird little breakfast of cold roast carrots and sweet potato drizzled in honey.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Thank you, Table Fables,
They're
for the
big on
treats.
root and vegetables here.
And you see that
I suppose it's the season.
Reggie, as familiar, recognizable really only because of the pink flower, is tossing a few coins over and has a bowl of these cold vegetables with honey and also a beer. Makes a drink.
Hello.
Hey.
Good
So
morning to you, Bev.
what did the ring do?
Oh, nothing. Fun one if you caught that, though. That's a little trick of mine. She reaches into her pocket, tosses you, Scamp, just like 3 little rings. Just roll a dex check to see if you can catch them all, actually, because it's like 3 at once.
14.
Okay, you get 2 of them, and one of them hits
I'll
the
try and
floor.
catch the last one.
Okay, go for it.
Do I need to roll?
Yes.
Am I rolling dex? It's not good. That's it's like 11. It's not good.
11. Okay, it's enough that you catch it with both hands. There appear to be 3 beautiful golden rings, 2 with flawless diamonds on, one with a beautiful star sapphire. Like, must be easily worth like 200 gold each.
Very pretty.
I'd say so, yes. She takes out a pocket watch. Yeah, we're in the right... No, we're actually not quite in the right time for this, in which case she watches at this point are too big. In which case she seems to think as if counting. Just give it... hold on to that for a minute or so.
I do so.
Okay, you fixedly watch.
Stare at
And
it.
she goes, I'd say about 10, 9, 8, 7... And by the point she gets to 6, all 3 of the rings change into cheap hoops of copper wire with flawed glass chips.
That's amazing. That's a very good trick.
Excellent.
I can make it last longer, but it's funny if I don't.
Yeah.
I suppose it only needs to last long enough to be convincing, doesn't it?
Truth be told, the pickpocketing from last night is more to keep my hand in. A lot of this is my stock and trade. I tend to go by various rich individuals who are looking to waste their money on fancy knickknacks. I get some cheap knickknacks, make them look fancier for a few hours. Long enough.
And then run away and look different.
Well, quite. I like to think of myself as redistributing wealth, but through me. It's less robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, and more robbing from the rich and then spending all of your money very quickly.
I mean, if they're rich anyway, it's not going to do them any harm, is it?
Well, that's how I've always thought. But, they really can be very persistent.
I can imagine.
She drinks some. She downs the beer. It's not weak beer either. She's gone for the strong stuff. Not a sign of a hangover on her. Despite the fact that you saw her drinking quite strong alcohol the prior night.
God, you're starting early even by my standards.
Oh, part of the whole pink thing.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, years ago in a dream, but the pink ones. Well, if I believe the person who introduced me to them has been around for donkey's years.
It's kind of nice to know that we didn't invent him in a high dream once.
Well, I've not met a lot of people who know about them, but I'd say from what I understand, they are waiting, and if a space exists for them to fill, they will.
Nature abhors a vacuum and all that.
Yeah.
Fun.
No, all a bit tricky business. I just got into the old, worked for a few people over the years, and on one of my jobs ran into another aficionado of heists and alcohol. Who sort of introduced me to it all, showed me how to do the right, and, well, here I am.
Here you are indeed.
It's incredible to think that there actually is or at one time there was a Reginald-sized hole in the universe, and now that's filled.
Filled with Reginald.
Comes and goes from what I understand. But, well, the stories are unbelievable. I'd like to that, it's part of how it works. I think there's more than me around. Maybe. Hard to tell. There were definitely two of us until Jerry got caught.
What happened to Jerry?
She does like a motion by her neck as if grabbing something and pulls upwards.
Oh
no.
That shit.
What can I say? It's all part and parcel of the risk.
Yeah, risky life.
Makes it fun though, doesn't it?
Bit.
Certainly ever since the rite, it's like an itch I have to scratch. Sooner or later I've got to do something big, but the small things keep me satisfied, It's as much for the game of it as anything else.
You itching for...
Right, you did. It gave you all your fun magic?
Well, pretty much. It comes in over time. I can certainly do some more impressive things than I could a few years ago when I first started. But yes, there are some dire warnings and all that, but she shrugs.
What dire warnings?
Oh, the usual Regency stuff. Don't consort with demons, you'll lose your soul. I feel fine.
Boo.
I mean, if I did lose my soul, how would I know?
Dunno. Would you go all like...
You think you'd feel it?
Would you go all empty and weird? I mean, if we're not...
not what I would think of as a demon.
Yeah, as far as I don't really understand the, what would you call it, the metaphysics of it all, darling. But, it's Reginald's sort of in a weird in-between space, if that's what we're calling them.
Does the Regency think Reginald's a demon, then?
Because that's kind of funny. But
I would
also sort of makes sense.
Kind of hard to say. They used... From what Jerry told me, there used to be a more involved whole sort of cult, but that's sort of fallen by the wayside.
Reginald cult?
I want to just abandon everything we're doing to investigate the Reginald cult.
A terribly ridiculous image in my head of everybody in pink elephant costumes, and it's amazing.
Yes, the elephant thing. That's new.
Is it not an elephant for you?
Well, there he is. Shapeshifter, you know?
Oh, I've never seen him as anything else. That's interesting.
Well, you said you first saw him as an elephant?
Yeah, we had a weird trip.
Then that's what he is to you.
What is it to you, then?
That's really
if that's
fun.
not a personal question.
Varies. And there's a point where it's just not really been for a couple of years now, not really anything concrete, but you know, I swear I did see some wings and a trunk in one of my dreams. So.
That's the one, and the top hat sometimes.
Maybe, yes. It's all a little difficult. I don't really understand the metaphysics of it. You've got to understand where I'm like 3 steps removed from people who actually knew what was going on. Yeah, with the cult getting rooted out and everything.
Have you been to his domain, then?
Oh,
Just out of interest.
Jerry mentioned that was a thing. No. Well, unless you count getting absolutely blasted on nose brandy.
It's not far off.
But,
It's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Well, that was how you first met, wasn't it?
Yeah, twice on there as brandy.
oh yeah. No, I spend a lot of money on getting brandy.
It is expensive shit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, depending on the time, I make a bit more, so it doesn't really matter. But yes, it's all a bit strange like that. No, there's a whole arrangement. I've got to leave a calling card, you know? Elephant, you say? Winged top hat?
Yes.
Yeah.
She reaches into a pocket in her coat, takes out what look like some blank playing cards and some coloured pencils, and just starts sketching while you talk.
Is she good at drawing?
Hard to tell at this stage. She's only just started.
Ah.
Yeah, maybe.
Totally tell if someone's good at drawing immediately.
Roll a wisdom check.
Okay. Natural 20. That's such a boring natural 20.
Yeah, actually, pretty good.
You can tell by you can tell if someone's a confident drawer.
Yeah, no, you can see the
immediately.
undersketch and things like that she's lightly doing.
You can tell if they know what they're doing or not, you know?
She appears to know what she's doing.
Yeah.
You're not 100% sure if she's seen an elephant in person before, but that wouldn't necessarily help you when drawing Reginald. But yes, she definitely seems to be sketching out at least her conception of a top-hatted winged elephant.
Huh. So, are you itching for a big thing anytime soon?
Oh, always.
Excellent.
Way to rob a bank.
We should do this where it's safe to talk.
We should do this in a sanctum.
Yeah.
Reliable access to a sanctum. Luxury.
I know, right?
Well, lead on.
It's got a bit of a
you're going to
hole
read my
in it,
mind.
but-
Oh, I was. Thank
We
you for
were
reminding
good.
me.
We should do that. That is.
I'll do that now, if you don't mind. Is that
Of
alright?
course.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
I pop in.
Okay, you see her imagining each of you as pink winged elephants with top hats. But like with your faces.
Oh. How do you make elephants with our faces? That's terrifying.
Like your faces, but like with trunks. So it's
Yeah.
really weird.
I'm just going to ask you some questions while I'm in here, because
Go for it.
you usually tell if somebody's lying a little bit, at least. Are you who you say you are?
Well,
I mean,
you think, well, my name's not Reggie, but as far as you're concerned, yes.
Look, Reggie's fine. Well, don't need to know your actual name. It's fine. But
You hear her think, almost as a rebellion, Priscilla Dingleberry Fatcake.
it's a beautiful name.
I thought so
What's
too.
the name? What's the name?
Priscilla Dingleberry Fatcake.
I love it.
I've rumbled Reggie. That's
Yes.
I shall name my first child that.
excellent. First child or next pet shall be that.
Or both.
Are you a spy for the Osirian Empire or something?
No. Seems to be true.
Alright. Are you gonna like murder us when we turn round or steal our stuff?
So you hear her think, and her answers are true. Murder you? No. But if you cross me, I might let you get caught by the watch.
That seems reasonable. Not planning on crossing you, so.
Good.
Is there anything else that's disturbing?
Ugh.
Just think. You just imagine her. Okay. You just see a flick from her imagination of just like a door opening and a tall, pale figure with two long arms and legs.
The fuck is that, darling?
You wanted to know if there's something else disturbing.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, I have no idea what that thing is.
Okay.
It just opens its mouth. Oh!
Oh, fuck me. You're
That was
great.
not a good day.
Where did you find that?
Like I said, I get hopped up on gnomish brandy a lot.
Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that, because now that's going to be in my dreams. Your brain is weird. Has anyone ever told you that? I mean it that as a compliment. It's very interesting. It's very, very full of pictures.
You see her thinking, has
Fascinating. Anyway, I should probably leave you to your actual
Thanks.
thoughts on your own and stuff. Thank you. I mean, that was fine, apart from the skinny thing with the big mouth.
Ugh.
Corzin sort of gives you a sidelong glance. What?
Wait, isn't that you? The skinny thing with... Never mind.
Shut up.
the bowls of food actually have already arrived by this point because you spent a minute just like waiting for the rings to turn. But so some of the tieflings who'd been out drinking the previous night have been outside, like probably stumbling up to bed. Others are moving around. You see some groups, a couple more groups of early morning goblins walking on their way towards work. These
Early morning goblin is a really good description of how I feel in the mornings.
Yes.
Oh.
Same.
Oh, it could be a good children's book. Early morning
Aw.
goblin. Every time they do something that you should do in the morning, they get a little bit less goblin-y. Like they have a cup of tea and their skin turns people colour. And lovely.
I like this.
Maybe I'll draw some morning goblins. It sounds like a lovely activity.
There is there is a call from the kitchen of pot of coffee ready for anyone who wants it.
Yes, please. Go and get some coffee.
Coffee is brought out. Reggie like wrinkles her nose a bit. Ugh. You do know that thing promotes sobriety.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Not as much as
reason.
people think it does.
I knew there must be a reason I like it. I don't like it. I hate it. It's evil.
On that, little Scamp, we are agreed.
I would not agree with you that it promotes sobriety because it makes it easier to get up the morning after. If anything, I would say coffee makes me drink more.
Well, you're awake, so you can drink more.
Yeah.
A fine point to think about. You mentioned a sanctum.
Yes, we should go
Yeah,
there.
we should go there.
I'm not awake, I'm
Lead
sorry.
on, by all means.
Ship?
Yeah.
Okay. You step outside, Reggie last, and you see emerging with you a half-orc woman, flat cap pulled down with a sort of dullish pink band in one of her pigtails. Well, lead on then.
Oh, Corzin, make sure we're not assassinated on the way. I'm too tired to really worry about it properly.
Keep an eye out. Like, if you touch, you get inspiration.
Right.
Oh,
After
yeah.
us, we're tired.
I understand there's a 1,000 crown bounty out on you.
Yeah, on me specifically, so,
Yeah.
make of that
Well,
what you
they
will.
want us all dead now. Well, different people want us dead. We've got
There's
a few bounties. We're
bounty on
collecting them.
Corzin, and they want Scamp, and they want both of us to use as leverage against Scamp. It's a complicated issue. Different people
You've
want us for
also
different
got an
reasons.
empire trying to kill you eventually.
Oh, but who doesn't?
Yeah, I do have, some scary underground people coming to get me at some point, but maybe not for a while. I don't know. Oh, and my
After the
scary
first one, it
family
gets easier, I
members.
suppose.
So many targets. All my body is targets.
Well,
Well, sounds like
in all
you're doing
seriousness,
well.
I was going to see, how thuggish most of the people around are looking. Do they look like any at all like any of the people who tried to possess us yesterday?
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Okay, that is. Oh, actually, I'm going to add the inspiration to this. It's D10, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, that is a 14.
14. Okay. You scan the crowds as you go through. It's not really. You don't notice quite the people. Like, people look at you. It's hard not to. Celestia is there.
Memorable bunch. Yeah.
But you look in their eyes, you don't seem to notice anyone following you, anyone like looking at you with the intent of as a target. You do get looks. There are a lot of people going about, say, dock workers, factory workers, and so on, as you may. But it's a relatively short journey to reach the dock, the dry dock, because, well, you rented an inn nearby. And checking the roof as well, you don't really see anyone watching out and hunting for you, insofar as you know. With that, however, very
Look
quickly,
suspiciously at all the chimneys.
very quickly, however, you do reach the Kraken's Bane, and presumably you make your way to the stateroom.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The new repairs are underway as
Oh, dear.
crews are starting. So portions of you. So there is in the background periodically like hammering sounds while you're planning, as repair crews are busy repairing the new holes that got put in the Kraken's Bane, and also the roof during a recent
Yeah,
fight.
there's not supposed to be a hole there.
Well, I assumed there was sunroom, maybe.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very important on any ship
By all means.
to have lots of holes in it.
Well, it's it keeps the weight down.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
You head on in to begin your planning. Okay, what do I want to go for planning music?
Should have got Gnomish brandy for planning.
Well, actually,
Oh, it's very early. I haven't used all my bowl stuff.
Amazing.
I use this for planning for a moment.
Planning.
Like a
I will make a bowl of gnomish brandy.
Excellent.
I had one for chocolate, but I
Ooh.
think this early I maybe haven't done the next.
yeah, you haven't done all of them.
Yeah.
The kind of passing a hand over her features for a moment. A freckled, red-headed human woman with an amethyst earring kind of blinks at that. Well, I've got to say that's a lot easier.
What are you going to do?
Oh, just been buying it.
No, that's fair.
We forgot to.
Well, this is
It doesn't
traditional
always work.
heist planning drinks.
Well, absolutely. Usually I do this after a bit more recon, but we can certainly, if you can do that, might as well get started now. Very interesting.
Well, we could always ask Reginald to help with the recon. He did last time.
He did. He was very good.
You never know, he might have already stolen from it.
We asked him very...
I'm trying to remember him doing... What did he do?
He gave us a hallucination of the Mirrored Palace.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. It's like, as you said, the visualizations?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The pink one kind of works on what you have a little bit. So it's as accurate as it's perfectly accurate as to your imagination and your understanding.
Well, my imagination and understanding of
trouble,
Golden Kratz and Guildenstern as a bank is two scary dwarves in front of a big vault. So maybe we want to check it out before we get pissed.
That's probably sensible, unless just on the off chance you happen to have been in there for any reason.
Oh. I usually stay out of banks unless... I usually stay out of the bank in general. Pissing off the bank, as I understand, is a little bit like kicking a hornet's nest.
Yeah, so we hear.
It's not...
Out of character clarification, would I have been to the bank to deposit any money since I've been here?
You
I don't think
actually might have been.
Although,
yeah, because you came back.
We brought back a load of shit.
You brought back a load of shit.
Yeah, we
I
did.
don't know if you actually...
We did, didn't we?
No, you did say that you either you put some of it for sure in the strongbox in the smuggler's compartment in the ship.
Yeah.
But I can't remember if you actually put the cash in as well. Because you never got around to selling the we never actually got around to selling the mage metals.
No.
You have them as fungible
anyway.
materials for buying a new ship. But we never actually went through the process of selling and storing the money. So
Cool. All right.
those are things you may do potentially as part of this, if you wish.
That might help, actually, if we
It's
can.
a good reason to be in there.
If we
Yeah.
can go in there with the on the pretext of depositing money or exchanging things for equal value.
There is another reason for me to be in the bank, which could get us taken to a slightly more private room, which might get us to see a little bit more of the bank. I did leave that whip of Quilena's at the bank a while ago,
That's
and I have been
true,
meaning to check if
yes.
she took it or not, and I wonder if they'd send a message for a fee.
Worth trying, certainly.
But as
Because
it's
that's useful
a
information anyway.
sensitive matter or whatever, they might take us somewhere slightly more exclusive, which might tell us a bit more. We could do both. Don't get me wrong. We should definitely deposit money as well, because that will maybe
idea.
take us
I like
somewhere
it.
else. But it might be worth having two different things so that we see a bit more of it.
Yeah.
Because I figure the more of the building we can see, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Maybe we do that and then we get pissed.
I feel I should come in with a little bit of what I have to offer here. I've got a few useful skills. I'm more of a grifter by trade than a locksmith. So I hope one of you has some ability with
Jeffrey's
tumblers.
very good at it.
Jeffrey's very good lockpick.
Jeffrey, who by this point has woken up and come with you, I imagine.
Or maybe he's like a
See, no,
sleeping
Jeffrey might
Scamp
just
bag
be.
or...
Jeffrey might still be asleep in the room, actually. We can pick him up later. Oh no! So we'll say Jeffrey and Marjorie have been woken up and come with you. Jeffrey holds up holds up his set of lockpicks. Right.
We're all like 100% serious. Like.
Much experience?
Pretty much everything he has on him, he has acquired somewhere.
Yeah, most of the things we don't know where. The grass skirt is still a mystery.
And the bomb?
Oh no, that was me. Look, actually, what are you doing with that?
You said you'd give him lessons.
And I did.
Then he's allowed to have it.
All right. Well, I'm keeping hold of the tapers, though.
Well, anyway, I can help with a few utility things. Obviously, I can do this, hand over face, blue haired elf, pink streak.
Ooh, it was good hair.
Hand over face, red-headed human but with slightly different features, and pink and amethyst earring, as many times as I want. I can also do a couple of little. Let's say. Do you want a cup of coffee?
Yes.
Kind of focuses, flicks her hand a little bit. Interesting. Corzin and Celestia, you see a little puff of pink come out of the end and cluster for a moment around the table in front of Celestia, where a hot, steaming cup of coffee appears.
Ooh, thank you.
You go to pick it up, your hand passes straight through it. Now that you think about it, actually, there's no smell. You can't smell coffee either. It's just an image.
Tend coffee.
Well,
Get you an
it's
actual
still impressive.
I've got that's the main. That's the easy things. I've got a few more general little tricks, like the fool's gold, things like that. Then there's the more intense ones. So let's see. I need a cut. Some of these things I can. I'd say all of these things I really need to. I really can only do once without a good nap. So.
How big a nap? Like a short nap or a big nap?
Oh, big nap for these, I'd say. I could. I've done it before. It's a little bit tricky, but I can turn someone into a bird, or a spider, or really just any sort of animal.
Okay.
Just for about an hour or so, if I focus on it. Has been useful in a pinch to get away.
Oh, like the thing that Ellen could do.
Yeah. Yeah, you were a fish for a bit, weren't you? That happened.
Yep. That was weird, but
Scamp,
actually
you
just
didn't see
exactly
that,
what we needed.
which is
at
a
the time.
shame, because it was genius.
Little tip: if I turn you into a fly, don't get swatted.
Oh, wow.
You'll spring right
Generally
back
a thing to avoid.
into yourself.
Yeah, that was how I turned back to me on the other end.
Another one, I can make it very difficult for one person to be apprehended by the law, or really anything. You can just slip straight out of manacles, sticky substances just slide right off your skin, that sort of thing.
That's kind of amazing.
Pretty useful. And actually, this one is not really a fall asleep. I can, as long as I just take a bit of a break to have some lunch or something. For about a minute or so, I can see through walls.
Well,
That's
fun.
really
That's
useful.
very helpful. Come to the bank with us.
Can't see through lead.
Okay, that makes sense. Anything not lead, though.
Not lead, and not really, really thick certain materials, but lead is the big one. Gold's another big one. Can't see through that really either. Anything too dense.
All right.
Won't
Also-
see through Corzin then.
It's also legitimately, actually, it's very strange looking at people. I can see your bones
Oh no, yeah.
when I do that.
Oh, no one wants that.
Like
No one wants
just your.
that.
I can kind of slightly see through your bones, but I can everyone looks like kind of like glass statues with bones inside.
Well, that'd be really useful if you were treating broken bones, perhaps.
Sadly, I haven't the slightest idea how to
Surgeon
do
in me,
that.
sorry.
Ah, right, yes. But no, that's about it as far as the really useful stuff goes. And then as for other things, well, that's I'd say that's really the limit of what I can reliably do. A couple of other tricks I can pull out once or twice after a nap, after a short, like a bit of food and a rest, but in terms of things that are immediately reliable, that's my skill set. Quick, related of which, what's the take?
We're in it to destroy some records.
Yeah.
So really,
Destroy or
whatever
steal?
you want.
Is it destroy or steal? I can't remember.
You need to steal the ledgers and the daybook.
We need to actually
And
take
you've
them.
been told that the ledgers are probably in the vault, maybe, and the daybook is probably with the bank manager, maybe.
Yeah.
You don't know a lot more than that.
I guess we relay that so that we don't have to say it twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just after info, and you're not getting a flat fee on that?
No, it's a deal for help with something.
The benefits are not monetary, but
I don't
Yeah.
see personally
I mean,
why
they
you
sort
can't
of
nick
are too.
something while you're there.
Well, I'm just saying, while we're in a vault.
Oh yeah, no, help yourself.
Oh, go for it. Make the highest worth
Yeah.
it for you, my darling.
Grand. Let's just say then. My pick of 2 safety deposit boxes, or a quarter of the take in addition to whatever this information is, whichever's higher.
Yeah? Does that seem...
Sounds fair to me.
I'm not sure they'll be taken in exchange for this information, is
That's
the thing.
the-
No,
We're not
you're,
really getting paid
this
for
is
it.
what I'm talking about. I mean, if you steal anything else while we're there.
Oh, fair.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
of
yeah.
course.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, as I do enjoy a good heist, but I do need to eat. It's not. It's hard. It's hard being a but really, just professional courtesy. I need to get paid.
Yeah, of course.
Pay your freelancers, of course. Celestia would never
Understand.
say that. The word freelancer isn't a thing.
Actually, it is. It refers
Is
to
it?
it
mercenaries.
would be
Pay
at
your
this point.
fucking freelancers. Celestia looks at the camera.
Everyone else also
Everyone
looks
in
at
the
the camera.
scene just turns and looks
Yeah.
at the camera.
Out to
I think
several
maybe
government
on
officials
that
in
note-
real life. Yes?
On that point, though, if it all goes arse over tit and we don't actually manage to get anything, I feel like we should still pay you for the help. You're
Yeah.
not invested in this outside of a take.
I mean, I won't say no to a bonus.
Have you charged for a job like this before?
Well, usually I take a cut of the take. It's the only fair thing.
Well,
All
we'll
right.
guarantee you a fee for your time, which will not be as good as if we get the stuff.
Yeah. And if we get the stuff, obviously, you can just have the stuff.
Great. What's the fee?
I don't know. What's a reasonable
I
Let's
fee?
don't
base it
know,
on
actually.
what your normal daily take doing your normal street stuff that you were doing.
Well, I'm
earlier
an
would be.
I'm an independent freelancer, so really, it's hard to you have to average your take. Sometimes you get a lot of work in, and then there's just weeks at a time where nothing happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the danger of independent work. I mean, I assume you're
All right,
pirates.
well, no,
I've
I
heard a little
understand.
bit
I
about
understand.
you.
All right, but
Pirates
let's-
is
You
the
know how
kind of freelance,
it is.
isn't it?
Big paydays. Sorry, makes doing taxes a nightmare. You have to
What
apply
are
for
taxes?
you have to apply for averaging. I don't pay taxes. I'm like a rich person. Anyway.
My claim to fame is that I pay more taxes than the president does.
Yes.
I think we all do.
I think we literally.
Nothing's real.
Oh dear. Anyway.
We're all
All right, well,
absolutely
let's
fine
make it at least the
stowaways.
equivalent of a good day on the job for you, because that seems fair.
Yes, what would a good day
Okay, let's
be?
assume that I sold a few of those brass rings and hightailed it out. Call it 200 crowns.
Yeah, I
All
mean,
right, I think that's doable.
out of the ship funds, that's...
Yep.
Yeah.
Grand.
That seems fair, though. You,
We can
you
cover
should,
that.
not just not get paid if it doesn't happen.
That's all right.
Ellie
Half up
looks at
front.
the camera towards the tour guide industry. I thankfully don't work in anymore, but
Half up front, just in case it does go tits up.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Oh, we're in the ship.
Where you are, physically in
The
the
ship box will definitely be around somewhere.
Yeah.
Corzin will do that, but he will not do that
In front of the career thief.
No. Because that's just sensible.
Yeah, maybe don't reveal that you have 2 valuable artifacts there as well.
No.
We have so much money.
You still have not got the cursed black sapphire valued, or the
I guess
freaking urn.
whenever we're walking off the ship with Reggie, Corzin
The
can
urn,
hang
though,
back
could come in
and
handy.
get some money
Yeah.
for the bank and also for
Yeah,
Reggie.
yeah.
Yes.
We do need to
We're
talk
not
about
going to
that,
advertise the thing that was full of death.
What do we need to talk about, Robbie? What were you saying?
We do need to do something with that urn. Like the one that's full of fire elemental.
That'd come in very, very handy during a ship battle, I imagine.
You can get it to the
Fun
other
drop
ship.
on someone.
We were plotting about the fire elementals on the No Jason chat this week.
We're going to drop it on the enemy.
We have a No Jason chat for when Jason's not allowed to know what we're planning.
Oh.
It's
In case
literally
it's
called the
something
No
so-
Jason chat.
It's so sweet.
Well, I'm sure
it's so sweet that you
Jason has a
assume
no
that urn
players
is
chat,
one
but it's with
use.
himself inside his head.
Oh, how many fire elementals are in the end? Oh no.
Oh, flashback to previous campaigns. And the party,
Was that lamp a lamp of infinite fire elementals?
pretty much.
Oh my god, okay.
No, there were a finite but large number of fire elementals.
How many were
trapped.
there? You have to tell
About
me.
30.
Jesus, that's a lot.
That's a lot of fire elements.
I think we got up to about 8.
You got to
we
8 before
managed
you
to
break the
it.
lamp.
Sometimes I just let all of them out.
Yeah, up until you hit 30, though, you don't know if it's just a lamp of infinite fire elementals.
As far as we're concerned, it was. They just kept appearing. We weren't that high level at the time either.
I've heard stories about this from all of you, and it's wonderful.
Anyway,
Wish could
I
have
rubbed a
done
lamp in D&D. What did I expect?
that. Oh, come on, a genie, obviously.
Wishes.
I wanted
and if your
wishes.
wish was for 3rd degree birth,
If my wish was for 30 fire elementals, fucking granted.
your wish was granted. Right. Where were we? Oh, yes. So, that's my skills. And anything I should be... Any complications I should be aware about the rest of you? I mean, I'm assuming looks between you looks at Corzin. Well, you are a walking armory, so I assume you know how to use all of that. And
Yep.
you mentioned being a surgeon, so I assume you're helpful as a backup option.
Yeah.
I smirk at her when she looks at me. What do you expect from me? What does this say?
I mean, I'm going to be cheating awfully here when I tell you that the rumor on the street is that there's either a tiefling or a drow out there who is doing some very powerful magic.
Little bit of column A, little bit of column B.
Yeah.
Both.
Ooh, okay. Magic heavy. This is going to be interesting. I'm not used to that.
Broadly speaking, Corzin points to himself, muscle points to Celestia, face points to Scamp, specialist.
Excellent. Call me a specialist as well, then.
I like that I'm the face.
No,
Love
darling,
the
you
face.
definitely are.
Yay. That's fun. But yeah, actually, not far off your MO, interestingly. Lots of illusions and flashy stuff.
Perhaps we should start a rivalry.
Maybe we should be enemies. I think that'll be fun.
It's nice to have enemies that don't necessarily want to kill you.
We could do with some of those.
We could. I'd love an enemy that would I felt kind of weird about. And
Most
that was
of
it.
my enemies don't want to kill me. They just want me to take me to someone who will then kill me.
Yeah.
That feels like the same thing.
And yet the law insists that it is not.
Unfair.
Technically, 12 people need to agree that I should be killed
Ah.
first. I don't know
Well,
for sure. I've never
hopefully
gotten
that
that
won't
far.
be necessary at this particular juncture.
Yeah.
So, what's your next plan? part of the plan.
Ooh.
You said you were going to
Right.
I think
scoping
we
out the
should
joint?
scope the bank out before we
Scope
get
the
pissed
joint.
and do a
Yes.
planning.
Oh, the thing where you see through walls. Is that one of those sort of have a bit of lunch ones?
That's yes. I need to sit down, have a good meal.
Do you want a good meal?
If you
I can do that now, and unless we're planning to immediately start heisting, not a problem.
Great. You should do that in the bank.
Yeah, that would be really
Well, as
useful.
Come to
entertaining
the
as it
bank
would be
with
to
us.
see all of your bones right now, yes, that's probably for the best.
So we do that in the bank. Do we have Corzin and Celestia go in for separate things so that we've got twice the amount of stuff? Or do we do it all in one big thing?
Well, I think Celestia's thing is the thing that is most likely to get us to the place that we wouldn't normally go. So if we start with that and then afterwards talk about what I've got, because if we're there, we're there, and it actually it would buy us more time.
Yes.
So the things we need are in the vault and in
Presumably
A
in the bank
private
manager's
room because
office
it's a
or on
sensitive
their
matter.
person.
You know, it's what I'm going to go for.
Right. So how do we get to those places?
I mean, I think
They're not likely to show us into the vault, are they?
No,
No.
although
Are
they
they?
might show us at least where the manager's office is, if that's who we have to speak to.
Well, Celestia should definitely demand to speak to the manager about this and trust no one else. It's a highly important thing.
I'm just picturing Celestia with like a middle part.
Oh no.
Oh, Celestia Karen Stardust. Doesn't work, does it?
Oh dear. Alright then. So, in which case, I guess, you gather yourselves together. The pair of you, Celestia and Scamp, take Reggie out for a bit while Corzin deals with gathering things, and then you come, as well as paying Reggie 100 gold.
Yep, so 100 gold from the ship's funds, right.
You move to make your
Corzin
way.
will make sure he is alone
Yep.
before he
Give me a perception
retrieves
check,
that.
just to be sure. Scamp and
Perception.
Celestia, Reggie doesn't leave your side.
That is a 21.
There's a moment, just over as you're reaching down to find the secret spot, where you see there's like a little blue bottle fly, and it looks like it's staring at you. It's a spy. No, it's definitely a fly.
Corzin will remain still for a moment.
The fly also remains still in a very fly-like way.
And then he will reach out and grab it.
You grab the fly. I guess roll a dexterity check, see if you can do this without squashing the fly.
Okay. Natural 20.
You fucking Mr. Miyagi that fly.
You know Corzin
Getting
could
fly
do
with
that.
chopsticks.
Yeah. Just like bzz, 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 bzz. It buzzes like in a mild panic.
Okay. Corzin will then walk to the window, open it, put it out, close the window again.
The fly, relieved, flies away. You see Reggie standing down at the bottom of the gangplank with Celestia and Scamp.
Corzin waves.
I wave
Reggie
back.
gives a little nod back.
Is he okay?
I don't know. It's not like him to just sort of wave out the window just like we're, you know.
You retrieve the money and materials that you need to have in deposit and make your way towards the bank. And you know what? We might pick up our intel gathering after these, no doubt important, messages.
Now you may be thinking Goldenkrantz and Guildenstern are just a place to keep your money, but you'd be wrong. Not only do we have a fantastic range of pension plans, investment portfolios, and more, we also offer the opportunity to like, rate, and subscribe to Flintlocks and Fireballs, and support their Patreon, where there is a veritable plethora of premium content for you to enjoy.
And welcome back. So, you make your way out with a mind to head to the bank. Just as you're about to leave the shipwrights, Reggie holds up a finger. Oh, slight thing I really should mention. I can make all your faces look different for, 8 hours.
This would have been extremely helpful information, Reggie.
Honestly slipped my mind. I almost never use it because I operate alone a lot of the time.
That's pretty fantastic.
Okay,
All right,
that's really
fair.
useful.
Definitely a good idea for the job.
Probably best thing to do would be to go to the bank as us and then come back as somebody else when we want to rob it and
Yes,
stuff.
I agree. We have to do our business as us, otherwise it's going to cause a lot of confusion.
Oh, yes.
It'd also be hilarious to protect our pretend identities by not doing a crime in them and do a real crime as ourselves.
Seems a bit us backwards, but...
Yeah, we protect our identities by going to the bank in disguise. We'll do the real crime as ourselves, that's fine.
I
mean,
really hadn't
that's
thought of that. That's so stupid.
pretty much what I do, but different circumstances.
Yes, but you're a different identity all the time. I mean,
Well,
if you've
this
been
is true.
yourself, we don't know.
Speaking of which, any particular preferences for someone who'd come with you?
If you're... I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? Scamp and Corzin go together to deposit the money, and you come with me to
would
do
it be?
Yeah.
the whip thing, because then you can look through walls in the more secret places in the bank.
Right.
So that makes
Would it-
sense. I mean, should
would
we
it be
disguise
more-
you as a high-powered drow or something?
I was going to suggest, would it be more or less conspicuous if you were another drow?
Possibly more.
Probably
because
more. There are
round
no
it-
drow, actually, are there?
and know who you are.
Yeah.
Lots of people around town know who
Don't
you are. So.
really. I've met a handful of drow during my time here. Sold them some jewellery, but don't tend to see them around the streets a lot. Especially not this close to the Goblin districts, you know. Sort of, doesn't play well.
I imagine not.
Yeah, yep.
Quite a lot of people here, you know, or their ancestors, didn't come here willingly, thanks to drow, so,
Oh, yeah, yep.
yes.
Nope, the whole society is an absolute horrible hellscape.
It's always so nice to
who
think of
might
home.
be with you? Member of the crew? Or
Yeah.
a bodyguard, because we've been attacked recently.
Oh, a bodyguard
makes
is
sense.
plausible, actually.
Fair enough. Do you mind if I borrow one of your muskets from the ship stores?
No, help yourself.
Barely use the damn things myself, but
No, same. No fucking idea what to do with them.
pops up onto the ship for a moment, and someone...
It's just off the gun deck.
Thank you. There's a bit of actually, you would have to go with her because you have the keys to the armory.
Yeah.
So
Do you want to watch her?
yes. So you go.
She Bill Nick
There's a
things.
brief moment where
That's her whole thing.
where you accompany her down and retrieve a musket for her. She shakes her hair out a little bit, grows up about a foot, broadens out, and becomes quite a hench-looking, grey-skinned orc with dirty blonde hair in tight braids close to the skull, and just one streak of pink down one of the braids.
Cool.
But she is built like a brick shithouse, the very image of hired muscle. Okay, where we go now?
That's impressive.
Yeah. reminds me of this one ship. It was like called the Cleaver or something.
The Chopper?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, apparently a lot of the crew were always trying to get to it. They seem to be going somewhere in quite a hurry.
That was often the case from the one time I saw them, yeah. Anyway, lead on. There, oh yeah, you were going to carry a bunch of those heavy crates. Those chests. How are we moving them there?
Well, I was wondering about that.
Do you want a horse? I can make a horse.
Yeah, if you can make a horse, we can maybe hire a cart.
Can we not just tie it to the horse?
Could we just do a pack horse?
I think you can actually conjure saddlebags as part of it, yeah.
Oh, if that's enough, then yes, by all
Just do
means.
that.
You just take 10 minutes of
I think you'll have to make a plausible
sketching.
horse, as sad as that is.
I will make the most plausible horse you've ever seen. It's so plausible, it's uncomfortable to look at.
Okay, is that
Like a
what you
chestnut
make?
no
now,
idea what
but
that
too
means, but-
Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's too real.
roll a performance check.
Oh no.
I've just knocked over everything.
Oh
onto my
no.
dice.
Oh dear.
I've rolled an 8.
It's
The one on the floor is a 20.
it is a
That's a shame.
brown horse. It's really brown. Like, it's weird. Like your attention is drawn to this horse by how perfectly ordinary it is.
Okay, that is alarmingly plausible.
It's
Yep.
but it does have a set of saddlebags, which are also the same color as its skin.
This is like what I thought horses would look like before I'd seen one.
Oh.
Yep.
It's weird.
Perfect.
It just stares forward, unmoving, making no like horse-like whinnies or motions. Doesn't even flick its tail.
You asked for boring, you got boring.
Yes, you did well.
Well done. All right, let's get these loaded up.
To the bank.
Okay, you load up the crates of mage materials and any cash you're bringing and head out to the bank.
Yep.
So, the bank itself, if I grab hold of my map, I really should print myself a copy of this. Now, the bank itself is in one of the nicer parts of town. It's actually, as might be expected, it is... Well, actually, it's more towards the centre of business and government buildings. So that means you are heading up broadly in the direction of the Battery. In fact, you are heading up Broadway. Huh. And on to... you're onto a street, and you end up going along a street where you can see there is an old, slightly crumbling in places, colonial wall that runs along the length of this whole street. Most of it's now been built onto by buildings. But as you can proceed along this wall street, if you will, towards and up into Portland, you find a dull building with a very impressive door. So there is a 3-story sort of like tenement housing building. It doesn't look dingy in any way. It's just quite unimpressive and looking. It's made from fairly straightforward brick and support columns with some reasonable glazed windows. But the front door is an impressive looking archway of what appears to be imported smoothed pinkish granite, which bears above it the crest of G&G, Golden Kratz and Gilded Stone. The doorway is open, although there are heavy doors on it, which are presently opened up. It's wood, but reinforced with iron. And you can see people going down a set of stairs to the basement level. This being a bank built for the comfort of dwarves. It is early in the morning, so the bank has really only just opened up. And you can see, but there is still something of business. Despite the fact that there is an ongoing siege, apparently people still need finance. At the very least, they certainly still need to be able to retrieve their funds. So, as you make your way down, it is a disconcertingly familiar layout. Smoothed, expertly smoothed stone walls lead down a series of steps. You unfortunately have to leave the horse and carry the crate, the crates by hand, which then take you down into a wide open atrium area lit by dwarf crystals from above. Just these beautifully cut, glowing whitish yellow crystals. There are a number of people engaged in their business. So, from what you can see in the main layout from the entryway here, there is a wide atrium floor beneath the vaulted ceiling. You feel like you've gone down what might be 2 levels of ordinary basement, but this is all just one level. There are a few small lines of people queued up ahead of a bank of tellers. Clerks sat behind an iron grill and who are busy depositing and withdrawing money as per the individual requests. Most of the clerks that you can see are dwarves. There are a couple of orcs. One in particular has some distinctive blue painted nails, and one of the queues, the shortest one, is in front of what appears to be a goblin clerk, who is stamping books and dealing with accounts. However, to one side of the teller's sort of gate, bank arrangement, words not coming to mind, you can see an archway with a secure, again, sort of iron-grilled gate door. That seems to lead further into this level. There are a couple of doorways that you can see off to the right-hand side. One that is currently closed, that is kind of in front of the grill, and one that is behind the grill.
So the grill is in the archway?
Yes, the grill is in the archway and separates off the public area from the private area. Out front, there are a couple of guards that are prominent and visible that you can see. They are unobtrusively stationed kind of in the corners of the room. One off near the tellers on the left, just in the corner. One off on the right, near the gate. They are both... About the time of day. Yep. They are... Sorry, there's one dwarf and one orc.
Near where?
One by the gate, one by the tellers. They're actually both by the tellers, just on sort of left-hand side, right-hand side. And the right-hand side is where the gate is. However, peering through the gate, you do see another guard walk past. The guards, just to give you a little information, are quite well equipped. Corzin, with your ludicrous passive perception, you are able to perceive that the full layout of what they are wearing. So, all of them
Useful.
are in heavy cloth uniforms, cotton, but with some leather elements as well. Each of which has embroidered the linked G&G, Golden Crats and Guildenstern, symbol in gold thread. They are both armed with, just see, there we go, what appears to be a long sort of club on a belt, a long club, if you will, a truncheon, but slung across their back is what appears to be a crossbow. A well-engineered crossbow, in fact. One which you can see from the magazines that are kind of strapped to their side have cases of bolts that can be slid into place and fired with a repeating mechanism.
Fun.
Repeating crossbows.
So, in addition to this, they also have a couple of other things at their belt. One, what appears to be small, possibly clay canister with a fuse and a match strapped to it.
Similar to the bombs Corzin has.
Not dissimilar, but yours are iron. Yours are Captain Iron, so that they do for damage through shrapnel. These are ceramic capped. A small vial. The vial is opaque. It is not clear what is in there. What appears to be a small hip flask. Made of metal and leather, and something that would not be immediately apparent, except that you ran into one of these the previous day, Corzin. It kind of almost resembles a blunderbuss, but it seems to have coils of rope packed into it. This is a net gun.
Of course.
The guards just seem to, passively, calmly scan the crowd, and you see them, peg your arrival. Yours especially, Corzin, with all of your weapons. But you're allowed to carry them, so nothing much comes of it. However, the fact that you're obviously carrying things and you have an obvious presence draws attention.
I mean, the guns would be explicable by what I'm guarding.
Indeed. They also seem to peg Reggie's current form, marking her as a guard as well.
Do they seem to notice anything weird about it? Do they have the ability to see through illusions, or is there anything that's...
Good
Roll an
question.
insight check.
May I as well?
Of course.
11.
Oh, that's cocked.
I finally got rid of the disadvantage, and I'm rolling terribly.
No.
19.
Okay. They are certainly paying attention to you. That much is sure. And the one by the gate kind of leans back and seems to murmur something to behind the gate. But it doesn't look like they're certainly giving you scrutiny, but as far as you can tell, they don't seem to be able to see through your magic. But nothing. They certainly don't seem to be paying a special attention to Reggie compared to you.
Yeah, the tellers, the little people just working behind the desk, do they look... I don't know, do they look like they're secretly combat trained or terrifying
Roll
or
an
anything?
insight check.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's great. It's so good. I'm going to think that they're all fucking assassins or something. That's a whole 5.
Oh dear.
For the most part, the tellers just seem to be clerks doing their job. Three of them stand out to you just by virtue of looking slightly breaking the mold by appearance. The first one that stands out is a dwarf who, honestly, she doesn't look that different from the rest of the tellers. She has a neatly combed silver beard with with amber bearded ornaments, which are a little fancier
cool.
than some of the other bearded ornaments being worn. But she's wearing the same sort of light grey cotton shirt and a black silk neck scarf and black skirt. What draws your attention to her is that she is the one to whom the guard murmurs something, and who seems to be kind of interacting with or organising the other clerks. She's the one who gets up.
Like the head clerk.
Yeah, you would guess that she's probably the chief clerk. She gets up to go and investigate. As she is kind of opening unlocking the steel grate, you notice that she has a key. Your eyes also draw across a couple of other clerks who stand out. One that stands out is a goblin woman, by virtue of the fact that this is probably the first white-collar goblin you've seen in Sunder. Especially in Newmark, where, frankly, you've not seen a lot of prominent goblins, hobgoblins, or bugbears.
Okay.
Where you have seen them, they've mostly been factory workers going to and from factories, and you've not gone heavily into the goblin-based districts.
Yeah.
So, and it's also notable that she has the shortest line. Part of this seems to be the fact that she's apparently very good at clearing things, but also you notice as some other people come in, they preferentially go to the other lines over her. She has black hair tied back behind her head, umber skin, and her hair and features are very neat and tidy. Again, similar sort of aesthetic to the rest of the clerks. Plain white shirt, black waistcoat with trousers, fingers with ink spots at the stains. The third one that stands out, though, is another orc who, frankly, is the most dolled up orc in the crowd.
Amazing.
She's got blonde hair and a tail, blue eyes, and contoured makeup on her grey skin.
I love her.
Oh, wow.
With blue painted nails and lipstick. And she's actually broken the code and is wearing a light blue cotton shirt and dark blue vest
She's
with matching
contoured before
skirt.
contouring is a thing. Amazing.
Yeah. So, and you can kind of she's drying out her nails while she's doing everything one-handed while talking.
I want to go
people.
to her line.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming we have to go to a line.
Oh yeah, you're
to,
moving up to a line. You start moving to a line. However, the gate opens and the chief clerk emerges and steps out. Good morning. I notice that you seem to have brought quite a significant amount there. My apologies. I am Hilder Waterdelver. I'm the chief clerk of this bank. Is there may I ask, do you have an account with us?
Is she speaking to
To
Corzin?
both of you.
Do I have an account? I can't remember.
You do! You opened one in
I have
order
a
to deposit...
Celestia Stardust account,
Yep,
don't I?
you opened one
Yeah,
in order
safety
to deposit the
box.
whips.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Actually, I think she would probably speak to you because you're the flashiest one and also a drow.
And also
Yeah,
probably
fair.
carrying less than Corzin because
Yeah.
blood magic.
Corzin kind of looks like
Yeah.
the muscle a bit.
Yeah.
So I think she'd go
Yeah.
to you.
Yes, we both do actually. He does as well.
Oh, of course.
We've actually got two different requests. All this stuff is his. He wants to deposit it here.
I wish to make a sizable deposit.
Yes. And I'd like to talk to somebody about a slightly more personal matter. It's about something I deposited in Vondion. I just want to check on
I
its
see.
progress.
You're one of our international clients then. Very well.
Yes.
All right. Well, do you mind... she scans over, kneels down a little bit, because doors are a little bit taller than
Yeah.
halflings, but just to whisper, just for the purposes of security, is this a deposit exceeding 500 gold crowns in value?
Yes.
Right. She stands up. If you'd give us just a few moments, I believe the manager will want to deal with your request, Miss...
Wonderful, I'd love to speak to the manager. Stardust, Celestia.
Stardust.
Nice to meet you.
Stardust.
Celestia demands to speak to the manager.
Yes.
Also, and yourself, looks to Corzin.
Corzin Horhace.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask you to come with me then, and we'll just have a little chat about that. Yes, why don't you come to my office first? And actually, you know what? Let's get you set up with a few refreshments. Would you like our guards to come in and... she nods to the to the crates.
If you have some people spare, I'm sure we wouldn't complain.
Of course.
Yes, that would be presence of peace of mind.
Of course. She shoots a look back to the clerks. One of them gets up and moves away, and then gestures to the door that is on the right, that is in front of the grill. Moves over to it and opens it. If you would care to please come into the waiting room.
Of course.
You are led into a quite very comfortable room, door crystal lit, smoothed walls, artistically placed granite, and dark leather cushioned seating. It's with a low table and refreshments. It's eerily similar to the one in Von Dion.
It's the same set.
I actually say to her before, I think, you believe in consistency of decor, don't you? Yes.
It's always been very important, as I understand, to the founders, that we maintain a specific image.
I respect that.
At least
I messaged the other two. So disturbing.
Messaging back. It does sort of suggest that if you can break into one, you can break into any. That was not out loud.
No. You whisper that. Whether that's true is a different matter, but the outside certainly. Right. And yeah, refreshments are local actually for the most part. So, but weird. So there are just like there's like fluffy cornbread. Bowl of grits, why not?
That seems like a weird thing to be given.
I mean, it is the morning.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It is the morning, actually, so they probably could bring in some hot, fresh grits if you wanted.
Like fancy little ramekins or something.
Actually, this is legitimate. She asks, no, but there's like little cornbread and stuff and fruits and nuts, and she does actually ask, do you have any requests for food or drink?
Chocolate, please? Oh, I had a really nice spiced milk.
Yes, some
I think we can
chocolate and
manage that.
spiced milk for this one.
Understood.
Do I get to see the vault? I've never seen a real vault.
Well, if you're very lucky, hopefully.
There's a moment of hesitation. Well, we'll see. Now, do excuse
I'm an
me.
adorable child. Show me your vault.
And Corzin is playing into this.
I guess the pair. I guess with advantage then. I think this is performance. You're playing a role rather than deceiving.
Why do I roll so bad?
Oh, no.
It's a 12.
With advantage. Okay.
Yeah. I have a good charisma, but
Yeah.
I'm not.
But you're
a
not trained in it.
performer.
That's fair enough.
I can't give them inspiration, it's too late.
Nah, but there is a moment of just like she seems a little reticent to confirm that, but gives you a nod and departs. You're left alone for just before she departs. Yeah, she would. Reggie's just puts up a hand. Can I have a small beer, please? Oh, yes, of course.
Excellent.
I can't remember if you did a drinks request, Celestia.
I didn't, but I'm tempted. It's just to be annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, if you've got anything stronger, I'll go for that.
Of course. Do excuse me. You're left alone for a few minutes.
Can I try and message Marjorie, who I left outside?
Sure. Oh yes, you try and like focus on Marjorie. Oh no, I guess. I guess Marjorie could, hoot back if you get a confirmation. What is your goal? When you say message to Marjorie, are you trying to do the possession thing? Or are you trying to just message?
I want to know if message will go out.
Okay. You send a message, no response.
Understandable.
Marjorie doesn't want to talk to me right now.
Or it's sanctumed and she loves you dearly.
Well, I think it probably is sanctum, but I was being sneaky.
Very sneaky. I mean, this is over message tones. I'm not saying anything sensitive about that.
There's Reggie, meanwhile, has just sat there quietly.
I suppose the sun's over the yard arm somewhere.
The few minutes over.
Is that the rule?
Yes.
Oh.
What if you go somewhere where the sun doesn't come set? Or I read that in the summer it doesn't get dark.
What if
it doesn't get light in the winter?
What if you lie on your back on the decks? The sun looks like it's over the yard arm.
What if you're underground?
What if you hang upside
different rules
down
apply
off the
there.
yard arm and look at where the sun is, and you're like, oh, it's over it? Does that count?
Yes.
I mean, out of genuine curiosity, is there a time where it's acceptable to drink and not down below?
Genuinely, I don't know.
Depends on. I mean, yeah, when you're not working, if you're not drow, and if you're drow, when you're not working, which is most of the time. It's sort of there's a refinement to it. The understanding is you can drink whenever, but getting drunk is a different thing.
Yeah, I think getting drunk would be generally frowned upon, wouldn't it? In public, at least, it would be seen as uncouth or whatever. Getting drunk's kind of frowned upon, but you can kind of drink whenever. Just don't be too fun, you know?
Right. So rigidly defined levels of sobriety.
Yeah.
Up to and including no fun.
Basically.
Boo.
Kind of misses the point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I thought so.
There is a brief short knock at the door, and the chief clerk returns along with a halfling pushing a tray. A brunette halfling woman, little pudgy, and on that tray are your drinks and one hot spiced milk with a little bit of chocolate mixed in.
Oh.
As well as some whiskey and a small beer.
Excellent.
This is magical. I mean, not literally. It tastes really good.
It looks great.
The pudgy halfling woman gives you a nod and a smile and pushes away the tray.
You'll have to introduce little Corzin to that one.
Hilda, the clerk, says, right, with that in mind, Miss Stardust? Lady Stardust?
Go on, Lady Stardust.
Lady Stardust.
Actually, am. Anyway.
The manager will see you if you'd care to come with me.
Excellent, thank you very much.
His office. Reggie stands up to go with you.
Yes.
And while that's happening, if you, sir, would like to come down with your belongings, we'll see about getting... we'll have a sit down here and talk about storage.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly.
I'm going to turn to Scamp like they're 5 and be like, now, don't cause any trouble, okay?
I will try.
Yes.
Says the
I'm trying to amp up how young they look. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to encourage the cute child image.
Don't worry, I'll keep him out of trouble.
You stand up and are shown to the gate, which again the chief clerk unlocks and leads you through Celestia. Reggie comes with. She looks for a moment at Reggie. Doesn't seem to question that you'd want your security with you.
Excellent. I don't say anything if it's not questioned.
And leads you towards the door behind. Now, at the moment when you step through, you are able to catch a glance of the corridor that leads behind this. There's a sort of T-junction as you come through. with the manager's office door being just before the T on the right-hand side, just after the gate. Down that corridor, it's fairly sparse.
I'm hoping that Reggie will look through the walls at useful points. I think we did discuss it, but yeah.
You did discuss this. I'll say that Reggie will, unless you kind of give her a nudge to do a specific point, we'll just do a targets of opportunity, kind of wait for the moment she thinks is best.
I mean, she does heist, so I figure, yeah.
So you can see along this corridor at the top of the T, there is a long sort of room with some. It's actually got a couple of doors in it, and one of them is actually a little ajar as someone goes into them. Just give me a perception check, see what you can see in the moment when it opens.
Ooh, that's non-terrible. Look at me go. That is a 21.
Okay.
Nice.
It's actually the blue-nailed orc. She goes in, picks, and you see her enter a room full of desks with what look like lockable, secure drawers to them, and what appears to be a small but very hefty-looking steel safe, probably about the size of an oven. Like a modern-day oven, kind of in size. And the door takes a few moments to close, and as it's happening, you see her head over to the safe, do something to the front of it. You think you see a dial, and also insert something into a keyhole. It opens, and she takes out a tray of pre-counted coins. This appears to be a counting room.
Okay.
You can also see there are a pair of staircases. At one end, to the far left, there's a staircase going up, a little circular staircase of wood, and on the far right, there is a circular staircase of stone going down. You also see there are more guards on this side, as might be expected. And in fact, while the gate is being opened, you see some guards come in to provide extra security, given Corzin's arrival. So, in addition to the two guards that you see outside, you also see... One moment. There we go. Okay, it's the daytime. So, two guards are on the outside. An additional pair of guards come through the gate to be there to escort Corzin et al. Well, just Corzin and Scamp, I guess. Behind, you can see two more guards, one standing at either end of this corridor, so that they've both got a good view of the corridor and the staircases, and importantly of each other as well. So you've counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guards total thus far. That's all you managed to get before you are shown into the manager's office. And I think I'm going to do Celestia time first. Okay. And split time afterwards. So at the same time as happening is Corzin and Scamp.
Nice. Okay.
So, Celestia, the door to the manager's office is opened, and you are shown into... You didn't actually go to the manager's office in Van Dion. Corzin did. And were Corzin to see this again, it would be an eerily familiar experience, because imported in has been beautiful black stone with white sort of markings on it, and beautifully carved so that it looks like just veins in the stone, is an outline of the known continents of the world, and with what look like little speckles highlighting major cities, the branches of Goldenkratz and Guildenstern. There is, Now that's one wide wall. Again, the room is lit by dwarf crystals from above. However, the rest of the room is slightly cozier. There is a wide and well-appointed walnut desk upon which there are actual signs of someone living there. Some neatly stacked books, a little Newton's cradle, one of those things with 4 balls where like you pull one and it taps the others.
The beads, yeah.
I love those. Is it going?
It is, which does mean that this whole meeting has a gentle
Fun.
accompanying it. There is also what appears to be a small portrait of 3 dwarves posing what looks to be a family. You can see a pair of cheerful-looking, sort of proud-looking male dwarves with single ring beard holders, and a dwarf, a kind of bored-looking young girl dwarf whose beard is just coming in, stood like a little below them, with the expression of someone who is not very young, but quite young, and doesn't want to sit for ages for a portrait.
Was that G&G then?
If so...
I ask her.
If so, then... she smiles at that, because if so, then one of the Gs is in the room with you, because you see, sat at the desk, in front of...
I feel like I look up at the painting, then I look down.
And then you look down, and you're like, oh...
I ask the question and then do something, oh!
Oh, right. You can see one of those 2
carry
dwarves...
it off like a stupid rich person.
It's like, no, one of those 2 dwarves is sat at the desk, although he does stand to greet you. And you can see behind him is a bookshelf of books, appropriately enough, including such titles as Volume 1 to 6 of Legends of the Great Accountants.
I actually think Celestia would think to check for this. So are there any marks around the bookcase that makes it look like it's moved, like there's a secret door or anything?
I'm going to ask you for an investigation check. You can kind of do this while you're sitting and talking.
Well, I'm just like glancing. I'm not, doing anything in depth. Oh, it's not good, so don't worry too much. It's an 8.
Okay. You don't really notice anything while you're watching, but good to look into it.
That's a fantastic likeness of you.
The dwarf smiles. Well, thank you very much, my lady. That's of myself, my husband, and our daughter.
Oh.
He, just thinking what would be appropriate drow etiquette, bows, does not offer a hand, and says, Rodri Seam Dweller, and I have the honour of being the manager of this bank.
Lovely. I put out a hand. Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
Which is that? Shakes it. A pleasure. I see you're acclimatising well to Sunder.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's better to follow the local customs, you know?
A common sentiment. And may I say, it is an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Now, you see at this point, he looks over. Thank you, Hilda. The chief clerk inclines her head, closes the door.
Thanks, Hilda.
And goes over to have another scene.
Oh, situations like this make me want to be a dick so bad.
I'm just glad I'm not there because I want to be an arse.
It's going to be really unhelpful if I am and I make him hate me as well, because, I need information.
And seeming to follow what you're saying, he goes, and your companion?
Oh, this is Reggie. My muscle for the moment.
Yeah, it is pleasure to meet you. He nods and smiles.
Dangerous town for someone like me, you know. I try and do like a rich toff head wobble.
Not uncommon sentiment. Would you care for a seat? He gestures to a plush chair out front. It's actually slightly lower backed than the kind of Chesterfield-esque chair that he's got. Just a little power play. But you do both take a seat.
I lounge in it.
Now, I understand you had an inquiry regarding a deposit you made in Votion?
Yes. I don't know if this is a thing you could do, but I dropped something off there a while ago with the intention of it being picked up by a specific person. I wanted to check if it had been or not.
That is certainly something we could look at.
Yeah, obviously, happy to pay for the privilege.
Of course. If that is not... Well, that's fair enough. Now, I'm afraid we don't currently have the full details of your account. Now that we know that you're resident in the city, we can arrange to have those sent over with the next mail drop.
That'd be lovely.
So with that in mind, would you prefer us to debit your account in anticipation of its arrival for the cost of the sending?
Oh, yes. You can do, or I can just pay you. That's up to you, really.
That's perfectly
Do I
fine.
have any money in my account? Genuine question. I can't remember. I don't think I have any money in my account.
I think you just opened it
Yeah.
and then sent that in, and that's it. Yeah, you didn't actually put any money in.
Yeah, I think I'd be better off just paying you. You know?
You just paid a fee for them to store it.
Yeah, I might just pay him.
Right. Fair enough. Well,
If that would work for you.
That's quite all right. Now, our standard fee for the sending and confirmation is 5 gold pounds.
Oh, that's not a problem. Pounds, is that what we're calling them now?
We adapt the name of the coinage depending on the local government. Obviously, we standardised all of the coinage around 50 years ago.
That was an impressive move.
Creepy.
Are these all the banks then?
I see you've noticed. As of the point when we made this branch, yes. Again, it's nice to have a sense of perspective. The founders were very important that we were very insistent about perspective. We should always be keeping our eyes on the future.
Interesting. No, that makes sense to me.
Future.
Oh shit. What do they mean by that? Do they mean where are you going to put more banks or anything wider?
I suppose. Well, yes, and obviously, yes, we do have an interest. We want to look out for the interests of the company and ourselves, you know.
I don't know where else you could put banks. You've got so many.
Well, that's how it is now. But we see the future changing. He gestures to Sunder, most of which is the coastline known and the interior blank. We see a future where cities spread, where money spreads, where people forge out new lives, they make new settlements. We see a future where people are healthier and happier and richer, and we can help make that happen. Ultimately, what we do, and I'm not denying that we make a profit in the process, of course, is...
Well, why not?
We move money that might just be sitting in a vault somewhere and put it to where it needs to go. Factories, mines, farms, new businesses.
So you're not just a bank.
Well, that is what a bank does. A lot of people, if you'll permit me to be... since you seem to have an interest in this, a lot of people believe, and it is a slight fiction we maintain, that when we take people's money, we just stick it in a hole in the ground. But of course, that money is... Well, the founders would call it dead. It's not doing anything. We prefer money to be alive. It needs to be out there working. Building houses, making farms... digging precious metals out of the earth. Can't do much if you just hoard it all, you know?
Yeah,
That's why dragons only appear rich.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to make more banks if you just leave it all in holes in the ground, right?
Yes, this is true. And
Also, how are you going to make more banks with exactly the same decor?
well,
Also,
again,
they're always bigger than they look. Been in a couple of your banks, those look tiny from the outside, and then you come in, go back for miles.
well, yes, it
Are
does.
those corridors down that way?
There are, well, of course, if you're from the home country, then you're familiar with dwarven architectural styles.
Yes.
Also, it helps, we find that it's a bit more secure that way.
That makes sense.
It's one thing to blast through a wall, it's another thing to mine through solid stone.
Yeah, you can't really, tunnel in with a spoon or whatever, can you?
Yes, because after all, we do keep some money on the premises.
Well, yes, I'd imagine so. People deposit things, don't they?
Now, ordinarily, we would have a 24-hour turnaround for information regarding your item. And, sorry, I should clarify, have you deposited any other items at the Vondion branch?
Oh,
think
out
it
of
was
character for a
just the
second. I
one.
think it's just the. I think it's just the whip.
just
Also,
the
they don't know it's a whip. It was just a box.
Yeah,
It was a
yeah,
lead
it
box,
was a
and I
box.
told them not to open it.
Yep.
Also, just at this point, wasn't it in delay that you deposited
Was it delay?
Oh, shit, it was delayed.
Shit,
Sorry.
it was delayed.
Well, let's assume that it's like...
Let's retcon that because that's boring. Yeah.
anything... So what items are
Sorry,
in the
that
Dulé
just
branch?
occurred to me
Yeah.
thinking about what was happening at the time.
Thank
you.
you.
We're in a lot of fantasy France for a while,
Yeah.
and that was like not the most interesting thing we did. So yeah.
Fancy France.
Did you deposit multiple items in the Dulé branch?
No, just the one box.
That's quite all right. Then I think we can just ask about that specific item.
That would be lovely.
And it would be... Account is under Celestia Stardust.
It is, yes.
Good. All right. Well then, you can see that during this, Reggie's just been like looking around, seemingly bored. At one point, though, you do see, with your spirit sight, a bloom of pink within her that rings her eyes for a moment. She stares around idly.
Fun.
Well then, I think unless there are any other questions or queries.
Ooh. Not that I can think of, no.
Well then, he stands up and offers his hand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
And let's say again, I think, and I do apologise for the delay. We will aim to get a response to you within a week.
Oh, you're having trouble with your communication lines?
Usually we would rent sendings from one of the mages in the city, but they have largely been suborned by he gestures. So we're going to see if we could. We'll make some alternate arrangements.
So there'll be delays from delay.
But no. Do you have a forwarding address we can send a message to, or a messenger?
Yes, I'm part of a ship, actually. We're all staying at an inn for the time being, because we're in
horse is
dry
fancy.
dock. The horse is fancy. If you could pop a message for me there, that'd be lovely.
Of course.
Thank
He makes
you.
a small note and shakes your hand. Well then, gets up and opens the door out, and you can see one of the guards is already waiting.
Mm-hmm.
As you step out, the guard on the other side of the gate takes a key, inserts it, opens the gate.
Okay,
You
they've all
go
got
through.
keys.
Okay.
Oh, one last question.
Yes?
Just so that I'm aware, I might have some things to deposit in a couple of days. What are your opening hours?
We are open from 6 till 5.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
And they step out. As you are led out, we are going to slip backwards in time. Corzin and
That's
Scamp.
the back in time noise.
Yeah.
We haven't had cassette
We've
tapes
made
in
it canon now.
ages.
You sit sipping your hot spiced milk and your hot spiced chocolate milk, and
This is really good.
after a moment, the door opens, and you can see there are now a pair of guards standing just outside the guest room, the little greeting room.
Hello.
The pair of, I think this one be a dwarf and a human, kind of give you a polite nod, and the chief clerk re-enters, Hilda. She gives you a polite nod and takes a seat. She has some, and you can see she has a small notepad with her. Right, now, to begin with, how long will you be looking... Well, first of all, what sort of items, if I may ask, are you storing? If that is confidential, then I will. Then I have different questions I will ask.
Well, I do have a sum in gold. However, I do also have a number of precious items to the value of certain other gold sums. So, whichever is easiest for you to do quickly or first.
Both separately. The gold deposits are easy enough, are simple enough to manage.
Very well. I will start off with depositing the 4,700 gold pieces that we have in silver.
Of course. She makes a note of that. Puts that and
Actually, then we've got a bunch more of, I think it was 800 gold pieces. So this is all written around the Kraken's Bane list. So
you've got 800 gold pieces of gold pieces.
Yep.
4,700. Is that in silver pieces or in just silver?
I believe so. Well, actually, no. It's listed as gold pieces. So actually, the 800 is in silver.
Okay, 100 gold pieces in silver. Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that other treasure we got on the bonus episode.
Yeah. Then I have a number of sapphires to the value of 3,500.
So we'll address these separately. So valuables, jewels, 3,500.
Some goronets to the value of 50 gold each, 24 in total.
1,200.
I have these 3 rings to the value of 100 each. And finishing up with this chest, which on its own I've had valued at 600, but it contains a further 550 gold pieces.
All right. Well,
I am not, for the moment, going to deposit the land deed. I'm going to hold on to that in the lockbox in the Kraken's Bane.
So you got the material. So you got the chest full of magical materials as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and just for the purposes of my inventory, would you mind opening the chest so that I can inspect the contents?
I do so.
Thank you. She doesn't really touch anything. She just visually inspects and writes down what is there, takes it off. All right. Now, what period of time... Now, with the cash, of course, that will be available for you to collect from any Golden Krantz and Guildenstern branch. That is not a problem. And with the valuables, what length of time are you looking to store these for?
Well, do you have prepaid amounts of time I can go for?
Oh, absolutely. If we can do by the week, by the month.
I think a month would be sufficient at this point.
Understood. Let me assure you, under the circumstances, that we are, if need be, more than capable of resisting a siege here. Your belongings will be well protected.
That is a considerable weight off my mind. I was going to ask, actually, it's pretty dicey out there at the moment, as I'm sure you'll agree. what guarantees can I be assured of if I were to deposit this here for a month?
Are you super armed? Do you have a dragon?
Corzin, roll a persuasion check with advantage, supported by Scamp.
Okay.
You thought of like way better
Check
questions.
from a ranger. Okay. Persuasion, that is a whole 10.
Oh, mate.
Roll 10.
I should have given you both inspiration before you left. There was no reason not to do that. That would have been really clever. Ugh.
Ugh. Okay, you... so, let's see, the total value of what you've got, 1, 2... Alright. Well, with regards to security then, and assurances, first of all, we maintain a round-the-clock security force. Of course, you've seen our armed guards, but we also...
Quite a few of them, haven't you?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You've got quite a few of those, I see, yes.
Yes. Well, we believe in quality over quantity. Each of our guards is tested and qualified to the standard you would expect of a dwarven soldier.
Wow.
Would Corzin have an idea what that would be?
Roll a history check.
No, I mean, if you don't Celestia, like...
Yeah, Celestia
because
will.
That's, like, close to home, innit?
Okay. That is 12.
You've never seen dwarven mercenaries, but you've heard about them being tough as nails.
Well,
just
I killed an undead version of
You've
one.
killed an undead version one, and if you assume that to be standard, these ones aren't wearing full plate armour by any means, but that one was tough. And you've certainly heard about dwarven mercenaries being few in number, but very well trained. Again, the whole sort of 100,000 hours thing.
Yeah. Okay.
We do. So they are, and if in the event of a siege, we can close up our doors and essentially barricade ourselves, and certainly the secured areas, in highly defensible positions.
Oh, God.
Now, as...
Oh, good to know. Where did they get those fancy crossbows?
Those... I've been doing the wrong accent. She's Scottish. Oh, well, she's not, but, you know. Right, there we go.
Fantasy Scottish.
Fantasy Scottish. Yeah. Right, sorry, I slipped into that Welsh thing by mistake.
Yeah. Is she from Wending if she's Scottish?
She's from the... it'd be the mountains near the Sun's Crest Mountains.
Oh.
Is the Scots one. Right, there we go. Oh, I've just been doing that wrong this whole time. Right, with regards to... yes, the crossbows. Those come from the home country. They were forged back in the Sun's Crest Mountains, according to one of our standard designs. They are very well made and can fire up to 5 rounds in quick succession before needing to be reloaded.
Wow.
Yes.
Jeffrey would love one of those.
Did you bring Jeffrey? Did you bring Jeffrey?
I don't think I know if I brought Jeffrey or not.
Roll a d20.
Did you forget Jeffrey?
I've rolled a 1.
You have no idea
Where's
where
Jeffrey?
Jeffrey is.
Oh no.
Potentially
Oh, no.
anywhere.
Yeah, with a 1
Jeffrey's
anywhere.
in the vault.
Just roll 3 d20s for me, Scamp.
Oh.
Just tell me the raw numbers.
6, 10, and a natural 20.
Okay. Cool. We'll come back to that later.
Ominous.
Okay, so...
Oh no, Jeffrey.
Corzin would be
Where are you?
intrigued, like, between you and I, you don't happen to know where I could pick up one of those, do you?
Class...
I understand if it's a trade secret.
I believe it is. That, I think these are the work... Oh, I think these might actually be Redfolder clan work. They're They're very. They do a lot of armory, but they also do engineering and crossbow manufacture. We prefer them because they are less loud, and obviously back home down below, you don't want too much noise.
Of course, yes, that would make sense.
They're not our. Of course, in the event of intrusions, they're not necessarily our first resort, as of course murder is illegal. But they can be, if need be, they can be used, and I can assure you they are quite as effective in short ranges as muskets in defending this position.
I don't doubt it. So, if things all did come to a head here, and you could just, well, not exactly pull up the drawbridge, but close the doors, as it were.
Indeed. And we have multiple
no dragon?
doors. Not exactly, no. There are certainly other defences, but not quite on the level of dragons. We do invest heavily in alchemy, and we try to ensure that our guards are well equipped, but not exactly dragon breath. Again, in the most of the trouble we would ever likely see would not exactly require lethal force, which is again illegal.
Of course.
No,
I suppose you'd be subject to any other laws as anyone else here, right?
Indeed. In the event, outside of civil war situations, we generally will imprison or restrain individuals so that the authorities can take care of them.
So you have the means to do that here. That's very swish.
Oh yes, we employ a number of security systems with that in mind.
Ah, cunning.
Out of character for a second. Was the Red Folder clan the enchanting one?
Not the enchanting one. They're the ones those the ones you broke into to fuck up their
Our other heist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You tossed their really masterwork gear down a hole into the Earth's mantle.
I was
Well,
Oksana
Calcinea's.
for that one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What a mess.
And Sam, can I please ask you to count
Oh dear,
backwards
oh dear.
from 5, and I'll clap on 1.
Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clap.
And Bob's could ask you to do the same, please.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Awesome. So, awesome. So, resync around 9. Make sure that I have resync under the fuck lined. But yes, I'd say that we're quite well equipped for the most part as needed. Now, on to the matter of storage.
Yes.
Yes.
With the chest in question, we can definitely arrange that. We do have, and we will. I would recommend doing that separately to the jewels. For the both of those will require the use of a safety deposit box.
Right.
If it was just the jewels, I would recommend one of our small boxes. However, I think the two should, unless you require them to be stored separately, then I might suggest placing the jewels within the chest, and we could store that in a single medium to large box.
Just a clarification, would the jewels fit?
They just about do. Or certainly they're actually quite flat. They're quite flat, so you can place them onto the chest without largely increasing its size.
Right, okay.
Because jewels aren't big.
All right.
These jewels are actually quite small.
I think that seems sensible, so long as they're all in one place and nicely secure.
Now, for a larger one such as this, I am afraid we would be looking at a storage fee of 30 gold pounds per month.
All right. I think that's certainly within our budget, but just out of curiosity, having been in one of your other branches in Jover, if we were to need to extend that amount of time, say for example if we were to go back to Jover, which takes a number of months, would I be able to pay the fee at another branch?
Of course, it would be deducted. Of course, we deduct that simply from your account.
That's very
Tech.
convenient.
Of
You've
course.
gone Welsh again.
God damn it.
You totally have, yeah.
Scots.
No, I
of
figured
course.
I should point that out
Thank
now.
you very much. It's so easy to drop into Welsh because I just did a whole bunch as the
Yeah.
Edinburgh. Right. So that's of course we aim to be convenient as much as possible.
Well, that's great.
Oh, absolutely. So I take it then that if we were to deposit the box here, could we withdraw its cash equivalent somewhere else?
If you were to drop, not exactly. Not exactly. What you could do is, if you wanted to use this as an escrow service, we could attempt to find a buyer for the objects, for which we would charge a handling fee, and then we would communicate to you the final price that had been offered, and pursuant to your accepting that price, we would deduct our handling fee, and then we would send you the cash.
I see. Oh.
We could not
Corzin.
guarantee that we'd get the amount that you've been valued at, but knowing the valuations would help us with negotiation.
Well, anything I can do to help on that score.
Of course.
Corzin will turn to Scamp and say, "What do you think? Does this seem like a reasonable investment to you?"
Yes. I mean, we need somewhere to put it that's safe, because there is a revolution going
And it
on.
certainly does seem that. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. So,
I'm
you
sad
said-
there's no dragon. I'll be honest, I was hoping for a dragon. But this seems pretty good. They've got most bases covered.
Well,
Yes, absolutely.
between you and me,
I lean in.
she leans into Scamp as well. I understand that in the early days when the bank was founded, the founders did employ the services of a dragon.
Wow. Not anymore, though.
Oh, it's not standard practice certainly, but there's rumours that there might be one at head office.
Wow.
But
I imagine it's quite a difficult thing to keep a dragon in job satisfaction.
that would be the main issue. God damn it. Can't stop going Welsh today. That would be the main issue.
We're in Watland.
They're very... Let's just say that they demand a higher wage than most.
I would imagine they do. I'm sad it isn't here, but at least you got a confirmation that there is one perhaps in a bank somewhere.
The main...
By the way, I always meant to ask, where is head office?
Head office is back in Jova.
Ah, right, okay.
I believe the head office was actually founded. The first surface branch was founded in Border, just on the edge of the Tyrian states.
Has Corzin been there?
Roll a d20.
Course, it's like the
there's
only
every
one who would have
chance.
been.
That's a 4.
Actually, never stopped at border.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's just it's never come up in the journeys that you've sailed. Okay. It's a common it is actually a fairly common stop, but just by chance you've not.
Fair enough.
Now, well, with that in mind, I suppose we'd best take these and we will place them securely in our safety deposit boxes. We'll arrange some keys for you as well.
Excellent. This is there's quite a lot. Do we can we get like a receipt for this?
Oh, of course.
This does seem to be like quite a sizable deposit, as you say. So
of course,
I'll have a paper trail.
I will have one ready for you very shortly. Which is
of course my people and your people.
Says, well, with that in mind, if you want to remain here, then we'll take these down to the safety deposit boxes.
We can help carry. We're very strong.
Persuasion check.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. 14.
I'm absolutely happy to see this into the place that it's going to be stored. This is the only purpose of this visit today. So,
again, Corzin is assisting you. So you just roll one more time and see if it's higher.
Oh, it's so much higher. It's a dirty 20.
Oh.
While she doesn't necessarily seem won over by the enthusiasm of the teenager, she
teenager who's now a good 5'6" or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, growing up
such a
quickly.
cute child.
So
Not so
tall.
cute. It's like the gangly, awkward teenager.
You did get gangly
no.
in my head as well.
Yeah.
You just stretched. You didn't put weight on. You're like a shoelace.
Then.
Oh no.
Suddenly it seems the idea of wanting to physically see your money, your belongings placed away, that draw seems to persuade her. All right, we can make a short visit if you want to observe.
That would be of great comfort to me. This is, as I'm sure you can appreciate, a person in your position can appreciate, a rather large amount to be personally responsible for. And so long as I can assure my family that it's safely deposited and off my hands, so much the better.
Absolutely. Right. Now, if you will come with me, she stands up, gives you a little nod, opens the door, the guards come in. And the guards assist, picking up the heavy chest between them, while you walk. Unless you particularly want to carry the chest yourself, in which case they will flank you.
I will. Yeah, I will. Okay. Just to give a show.
They go
to
pick it up, but
no, I've got this one. Maybe get the other side.
I'm going to say the human, not the dwarf, goes and picks up the other side, giving you a nod. And the pair of you carry it out. Actually, no, you're tiny. The dwarf goes and picks it up. So you're more level.
You'll be bending your knees quite a lot.
Yeah, the dwarf picks it up at the other side, and the pair of you carry it out. As you come out, you see the far door open, and as the guard is clicking open the gate, Celestia emerges along with Reggie.
Hello.
And you are able to pass each other. And say hello if you wish.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hello.
Lovely day for it.
Yeah, fancy seeing you here.
Corzin smiles.
Yeah, I guess. I'll meet you outside in a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, we shouldn't be long.
Okay.
Unless they take us back to the waiting room. Which
They're taking you out. Seeing this, the clock, as you're coming through, the clock actually suggests, if you'd like to wait in the waiting room, please, by all means, Lady Stardust.
I will do, actually, if that's all right, thank you.
As you're walking past, Reggie just gives the pair of you a wink. Okay. You go to settle down, and Corzin...
Whiskey. Me and Reggie probably just drink whiskey and beer in the
You do.
waiting room for a bit.
And the pair of you go through the gate, which again opened up by the guard who's just opened it, who has their own key, and you pass.
Where do they keep their keys?
They keep their key in an inside pocket of their uniform.
That's a point, actually. As we're going, I'm just going to have a quick peep into the ethereal plane.
Okay. Right, what? Oh, what things would or would not be visible here?
Have I thrown you a curveball, Jason?
I'm just trying to think if there would be much difference at this point. Okay, viewing through the ethereal. So, just for a moment, as you are stepping, as you're watching, you just refocus yourself and... The bank is much as it was. In this world, the dwarf's crystals give no light. They're pale, and there's just the ever-present half-light that fills this space. No people. Well, people, but like faint shades,
like
echoes of people. The shadows you can see of the people in the material plane. And walking beside you, the strange, like, triple-coloured echo of Scamp.
Winona Ryder off screen.
Distant synths.
You don't notice anything. Yeah, you don't notice anything anything that stands out. Might you actually roll a d20?
Okay. Is this perception?
No, this is luck.
Okay. 6.
There is one thing. Staring up for a moment, you can see walls are a little weird here. They're slightly they're slightly diffuse. You can't quite see through them, but you can kind of get a sense of like vague presence and absence of things behind them. Not enough to really give you a lot of information about the rooms beyond. But you can kind of look up and see that weirdly see that there's several feet of dirt above you, beyond the arched stone ceiling. And crawling along that ceiling, about the size of your hand, is something that resembles a spider. It's not quite a spider, though. The legs are wrong. Too many joints. Too many legs. You count 12. And a tail that slithers after it. It is, to your eye, black and white like everything else. There's no colour in this realm.
Is it a spirit?
No. You can almost hear like an echoing as it clitters across the room, the walls. And peering up, you can see, just for a moment, what would be down here? You see it clitter along the wall, the ceiling, towards the stairwell that goes up. And just through this vision for a moment, you see like a tiny shadow just on the edge of the stairwell, something like...
Okay.
And you watch for a moment as it clitters up to above the shadow, and it just turns into a shadow itself for a moment. Blinks. Blinks. Just becomes shadowy, leaves this world, blinks back into existence, and now coloured but drained of colour to your eyes, you see a little mouse just caught in its legs as this creature just drags it up and away.
I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
So, is that enough for me to put together that, okay, that just phased out of the ethereal plane into our one, grabbed a mouse and came back?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
First living thing you've seen here.
Okay.
Just crawls out of sight.
Okay, having seen that, I am immediately going to look around and see if there are any more.
Any bigger ones?
Yeah.
Not looking around with your passive perception, nothing that you can see.
Okay.
Not here.
Well, that's ominous.
Oh, one other thing.
It
has
have
no eyes.
No idea what this is.
No idea what it is. No eyes either.
No, okay, it doesn't need to see, does it? Okay.
I hate it.
I hate it so much. I hate everything
Mottled
about
spots on its. It's all black and white. Black tips to the legs. Mottled spots. White body. Mottled spots on its back that maybe could be eye spots. Maybe might just be coloration.
The colour scheme reminds me of O2.
Yeah, it's actually
As
a
in
bit
the
like
actual
that.
deity O2.
But yeah, everything in that ethereal plane is just drained,
Okay.
bleached out.
Well, I'm going to keep an eye on it until it is either out of sight.
Oh, it is out
or-
of sight quickly. This thing moves fast. And actually, once it's got what it wants, it just scutters up into the wall until it's out, and just until it kind of like eclipses from your sight.
What in the name of the region was that? Okay, I'm going to turn my attention back to the material plane.
Yeah, you see the dwarf on the other side. Everything all right? You just stared into space for a moment there.
Yes, fine. Just deep in thought.
No worries.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll take good care of it.
This is a big investment, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Oh yes. Don't worry, we've handled stuff like this before.
Oh, really? I suppose you've got a lot of clients like this.
Quite so. I shouldn't be too gabby. Gives a nod, and as you can see, as you go through and you turn, you hit the T junction. You turn right towards the stairs going down, and the guard who is and there's actually an extra guard now, making this guard number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those you've seen.
Okay.
Who has come up, just almost it seems to watch this happen. This guard is a little bit more... Oh, fun fact, I never actually described the manager. I never got around to it because I got sidetracked by his portrait. You see the manager closing the door, oiled blonde beard in a detailed silver beard ring. Fine black short coat,
Nice.
dwarven style over grey trousers. There we go. Now, you do see this other dwarf wearing a slightly chunkier almost version of the security uniform. This one has a little silver outline around the G&G, gold G&G symbol. And this dwarf is bald, grey beard, solid steel beard ring. Equipped similarly to the other dwarves, although actually, now that you are behind, you can see not all that some of the dwarves have slightly different equipment. Behind the behind the group. Sorry, you are out of the ethereal plane. So let's move away from the horror music.
Winona
Thank you.
fades.
Looking at the guards, you can see that their loadout is a little different in terms of what they have at their belts. Same crossbow and long club, truncheon equivalent. However, these ones have some different arrangements. They have the same little hip flask thing. They have, but they also have another kind of like a little test tube, almost like a little opaque tube of something.
Okay.
They have what appears to be almost like a dagger, but with a black handle to it, and a very tightly bound sheath, which kind of looks less impressive than like the club. So so maybe it's a secondary weapon, maybe it's not. There might be something else going on there.
Okay.
And also, I've got to check my description for this. What appears to be small shuttered lanterns.
Oh, all right.
Yep, they just like a little lantern. Although looking at it, you can see that the candle inside appears to be a purple, some sort of purplish wax.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Is it giving off light normally?
It is not lit. These are not lit. But they also you can see that, as with the apparently bombs that the others have, these have a little matchstick strapped to them for ease of use.
I will eye up the apparent hip flasks and say, do they give you a bit of tipple for good behaviour?
The guard
passing it off as a joke.
The guard who is helping carry laughs that. Not likely. No, this is Red Leaf Tonic. If things go a little bit downhill, kind of gives you a little bit of a kick and takes the edge off any pain.
Oh, of course, right.
It's not as strong as the powder stuff, but anyway.
What's the candle for? Is that just for seeing?
It's
a fun colour.
You could see that. Right, now, if you could help, and he looks up, and the other dwarf, who I realise I didn't finish mentioning, bald, greybeard, steel ring, arms folded, just seems to be studying you carefully. It seems to making less of an effort to appear like approachable than the others. Just watches you approach, and then goes down ahead of you down the stairs.
Okay.
Can I, at some point, try and send a message to Jeffrey? I don't know which direction he'd be in, or if he'd be in range, but I'm worried about Jeffrey.
Roll a d8.
Aww.
Oh, God.
8.
You send a direction, you send a message in what you think might be the direction of Jeffrey and get no response.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna send a couple, just every now and then.
Roll it 3 more
directions.
times.
Oh, dear. 2,
Mm-hmm.
5, 3.
No response.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna keep going, just in case he hears.
Jeffrey, please be safe. But also, if you get the chance, a key would be really useful.
Okay. What is Jeffrey's sleight of hand skill?
Oh.
Quite good, I would imagine.
Watch a monkey be
I was
dragged out by the
updating
scruff of
his
the neck
sheet
like
and I
a
put it
thief.
somewhere stupid. Where's Jeffrey's sheet gone?
Further question, does Jeffrey level
think-
up with you?
He hasn't so far.
No. Jeffrey does not level
I
up with
think it was +5 because his
Okay.
dex is +3.
you. Oh, okay.
I think he's proficient. His stealth is +5,
Stealth is
as
plus
is
1.
his
Okay.
as is his lockpicks. So if he's proficient, it's a +5.
Okay, so I need to roll something then.
Oh no!
Okay.
He's
Okay.
going to come back with a deck of many things or something.
No.
The key to somewhere we have never heard of, and we never find out what it's for.
Yeah.
Corzin,
Yeah,
I need you to roll a perception check.
a perception check, certainly.
Oh, no.
Sight-based, so advantage.
Yep.
Oh. I rolled a double 12, so that makes it 21.
Cool. I'll bear that in mind. Okay. The there's a little bit of effort trying to bringing it down the stairs, but you take the case down the stairs, and the central stairwell proceeds down to a second layer. Okay.
I'm trying to keep a map of everything in my head.
Oh yeah. So the central layer, the level below is more Spartan in terms of its design. Secure stone, probably hewn, in fact what appears to be the local sandstone, hewn out of the rock here. You can see out here. You can see something. What is that something you can see? There we go. You see that the lower level is primarily one corridor with 2 doorways branching off. One leads to, and the doors here are open. These are archways. They do not have closable doors. One leads to what appears to be a break room, in which you can see 4 more guards sat having.
Okay, so
well,
grand total of 11 thus far.
Yeah, actually, sorry. Two of them would be on break in the break room. 2 will be at the end of this hallway. So 2 are on break. In the room opposite, you can see stacks of essentially weapon racks with crossbows on them. Most of them are empty, but there are a couple of these repeating crossbows there. There are also what appear to be equipment lockers.
Corzin gives them a brief look of longing.
Aww.
They are some lovely weapons. However, you then... but what draws your attention up ahead is the vault. The vault appears to be a single door into that just lead up ahead. The door appears to be made of steel, as far as you can tell, with solid, impressive-looking hinges that are in place. As you get there, as you approach, you get as far as the armory, and the chief clerk holds out a hand and says, I'm going to have to ask you to just wait here, please, while I open the vault.
Certainly.
So, she walks up ahead on her own to the vault, and you see, I think, what will she do here? Cool. She's going to take out a key, and you see that the vault has another of these rotating sort of combination dials. She blocks view of that with her body.
Okay.
Leans.
Oh, if I were to look into the ethereal plane at this point, would I be able to see through her?
You would give it, and I'll say if that's what you want to do, I'll tell you what you see.
Okay.
Okay.
If she's blocking it with her hand, that's what I would do.
The world goes black and white for it. You can see her shadowy form manoeuvring. Oh, I'm going to ask you for a perception check, but I want you to make 2 different perception checks. One with advantage, one with disadvantage.
Okay, I will make the first one with advantage then.
Okay.
That is a 22.
Okay.
And the one with disadvantage... Natural 1, but lucky.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
What?
Okay. So, I rolled initially a 16 and a 1, re-rolled the natural 1. The natural 1 has just become a natural 20. So would
16.
That be
You take the lower of the
16?
two.
So that's 25.
Fucking hell. Okay.
You are ridiculous.
You are ridiculous. Okay. 2. So 25.
Yep.
Okay, so the second one is
Better than
not.
your other one.
Yeah, it's important because the second one is not sight-based, which makes a difference.
Okay.
Okay. as you focus your attention, your hearing just gets a little dimmer. It's not that you're necessarily distracted by Winona Ryder screaming Will into the abyss. It's just
that is a distracting and constant thing in the ethereal plane, and I will hear nothing else.
Your focus changes. And because you're focusing on your sight, you've got less attention for your ears.
Right.
But with a friggin' 25, though.
Jeffrey.
Okay, you were that far away. 25. It's not a 30, but...
I mean, that's conceivably possible with Corzin stats.
Yeah, no, it's just like... You are 20 feet away and it's whether you pick out something that is whispered. Okay. Right. You hear... So first of all, you see her hand move, the shadowy form of her hand. Mm-hmm. In the ethereal plane, although the vault is replicated, the vault combination, the dial doesn't move at the same time. Not in a way that you can see. Like it's... This world does not perfectly represent what is happening on the other world. And although the vial turns, the numbers aren't preserved.
Okay.
Like trying to focus on the numbers, they seem to blur and sway, like you can't tell. What you can do though, because you can see through her body, is you can see how her hand moves.
Oh, okay.
So what you can do is see and memorize how much her hand rotates.
Definitely doing that.
Instead. And you got... God, what was it? You got a 23 for that. Okay. You can tell that there are 5 turns.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. There is a... You can definitely work out the first few. 90 degrees for the first one.
Okay.
So 90 degrees clockwise. 45 degrees anti-clockwise.
Okay, writing these down.
180 degrees clockwise. And then... I'm going to say... You think maybe... between 20 to 25 degrees. You're not really sure anti-clockwise. And then you think a full... The last one's hardest to tell. Maybe 180? Maybe 210 clockwise. You're very sure about the first 3, and you get less sure about 4 and 5, but you've got a lot of a combination.
Okay, I've got at least 3 solidly, and a possibility on the second, or the other 2.
Yeah. You also just make out here her call out. I'm going to say you get consonants, but not vowels.
Okay.
You just hear her whisper, h, l, cl, v. So you get the consonants h, lm, cl, and v.
Okay, so H, L, M, C, L, V.
Yeah, you do not get the vowels in between.
TH or V?
V. So that is, I think, with those stunning perception checks, that's as much as you can get out of that.
Even if she's speaking Dwarvish.
Even if she's speaking Dwarvish, you can also
there's people I can ask about that.
You also see her insert a key and turn it in a lock at the as she puts in the last turn of the combination.
Oh, so she's sort of like going with one hand, click, 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 key. Click.
Yeah.
Right.
Give me another perception check.
Okay, sight-based?
Mm-hmm. This one is.
All right. That's 24.
Okay. With a 24, this one is... Yeah, there we go. You see, as she opens the door, but she actually slips into the vault for a moment, and you just catch a glimpse of her fiddling with something on one side of the vault doorway. Can't quite tell what.
Fiddling with something.
You see her use something on something, you're not really sure what,
Disabling a trap.
and then open the door fully. Just checking if there's anything.
So many layers, and I haven't written any of this down.
Oh, yeah.
I've written
Write
some
down
of
the
it
fiddling
down.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I put fiddling with something.
And
Thank you.
she wouldn't go into that, so I think that is as much as she would then use. Okay. That being done, she then she opens the door, and you and the guards blip it out of the ethereal plane so you can focus on the moment.
No other weird many-legged things.
Just going to roll for this. Not this time, no.
Okay.
It's a sparse ecosystem.
I should find this more comforting than I do.
You head into the vault, and you can see that the interior of the vault is, for the most part, essentially cupboards and shelves, made, as far as you can tell, of steel. So there is the floor and the ceiling are not. Just check here. So the ceiling is a... Yeah. So the ceiling is steel with a kind of embossed circular pattern into it.
Cool.
The floor is not steel, actually. The floor is solid stone. In fact, you suspect, actually, maybe concrete.
Okay.
And there may or may not be layers of reinforcement within that as well. As the vault door opens, from either of you, a nature check.
Ooh.
Nature check. Okay.
This would be.
4. I'm really good at things today.
11.
Okay.
Not my best work.
Now, looks to be steel door.
It's a dragon.
Looks to be a thick steel door with like a weird layout. So it's like slightly differently coloured steel in the middle, like it's almost like made in like layers. Okay. And also an Arcana check, I guess from Scamp. This would be.
Ooh, 23.
You do notice, traced very subtly into the ceiling and floor, there are built into like stylized stonework and steelwork, so it isn't apparent. You recognise the glyphs of some sort of detection, some sort of you don't know if it's a trap, maybe an abjuration, we'll call it. There is something that reacts to a certain circumstance. That circumstance, however, does not appear to be the clerk stepping on it, or you stepping on it, because you all come in with the clerk inside the vault and place down the heavy chest.
That could be the
Is
trap.
it safe? We're not going to accidentally set off any sort of dragon-style trap.
I wouldn't worry about that, no. While I'm here, there's no danger. Now,
Okay,
I think
that's exciting.
Yes. She selects. You can see a lot of the upper levels of these cupboards are just are like small drawers that you'd pull out, and they all have like serial codes on them. You would guess these would be the ones that she was thinking of doing for the jewels, but there are some larger ones at the bottom, and she selects.
So does it have to be you then? I'm very flattered to be getting personal service.
Either myself or the manager.
Ah, well, thank you very much.
Not a problem. Now let's see. I think we'll go with 426. So she takes a key, one of two keys, passes you a key.
Real Marjorie had a little moment outside then. If you heard that, apologies.
And she unlocks the one of the larger sort of cupboard doors down below, revealing what appears to be a concrete box space inside. Now, as she does this, there is one other thing. There is, at comfortable sort of like waist height for a dwarf, a very secure looking steel door, which has which again probably about the size of an oven, and that one also has another combination lock on it and another physical keyhole. She does not approach it. After opening the safety deposit cupboard, though, she has you help the guard usher in the case. And at this point, do you want to do anything with the case, or are you happy where it is? Are there any final checks or anything you want to do to your nice little security thing?
I will just make sure that everything is secure.
Okay, you just click it open, do a check, and you see just for a moment, a little flash of brown fur with golden fur.
Oh.
Jeffrey snuck into your chest.
Oh.
Oh dear.
There's a slightly panicked-looking monkey looking up at you. No one else has seen him.
All right. Do I? I'm going to just make a show of just like reaching into the into the box and just sort of rummaging around to rearrange something, whilst using the message zone to say to Scamp, "Scamp, get over here now."
Okay. You're right.
I open this. Just one last double check. Do you think everything here seems to be in order?
Jeffrey looks
I
up
know
at you.
we counted this very thoroughly, but it pays to double check.
There is no good way to leave the monkey in there. So I
You don't know how much air this vault has.
yeah.
Okay.
I will.
Should that be in there? Yes, of course.
I'm going to cast invisibility on Jeffrey and lift him out.
Okay. One moment.
Casting spells might tell us something.
I know it might be a problem, but I can't leave Jeffrey in there, and I don't want to have to explain the monkey.
Okay.
We might learn something
Roll
that
a
might be
slight
really
check.
useful.
Roll a sleight of hand check.
What?
Ooh, decent on the dice. Oh, decent, 22. I'm actually proficient.
Okay. As far as you can tell, no one notices. You quickly touch the
I love
monkey.
this dice. It's very hard to read.
Jeffrey just unpaints out of existence, and you feel a form clamber up your arm and onto your shoulder, and then down the back of your shirt.
Dear.
Right, I think that's all in order. It slams the top shut.
Yep, it slides in, and you see the clerk closes the door, locks it, and takes and then hands you your copy of the key. Now, anytime you need to check, whenever you want to retrieve these, you can either just get us to do that. You can either just call us to retrieve it for you, or either I or the manager can come down and you can check these security deposit box for yourself.
Excellent. And these can be retrieved at any time?
Of course, with a little warning, please.
Right, you are.
All right.
I take it then that the security force that you have here is not just here during in
24/10. 24/10.
Right.
That is excellent.
Now, if we can, thank you very much. If you just care to leave the vault, please.
Oh, certainly.
She waits inside until you've all gotten inside.
Is Jeffrey still on my shoulder?
You can feel Jeffrey hugging tightly to your back.
Okay.
You kind of position yourself so that so that you're facing the wall a lot.
Jeffrey, this only lasts a minute.
You just hear a very soft.
How in the name of the region did he get in there? Never mind.
He didn't roll high for his initial stealth check, but he rolled higher than the chief clerk's perception check. Fortunately, that third check, the natural 20, is for his stealth roll. No. So yeah, you do that. So yes, you see that she, once you've all left, she then steps out, closes the door, doesn't do anything with the combination lock once it closes, but does just manually relock the door, pocketing the key in an inside pocket. Okay, you will make your way back up and out, where you are politely shown back out through the gate, which is locked behind them. And you find Celestia and Reggie both having a drink and prepare to make your way back up out to do some planning.
Mm-hmm.
So, you make your way out of the bank and straight back to the Kraken's Bone?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And head on to the just Corzin's stateroom. Whereupon, the moment that you're inside, safely into a sanctum and secured from view, burly orc Reggie just sort of shakes her hair and transforms into a pink-haired half-elf.
That's a really neat trick.
I wish I could do that.
It's a useful little one, yes.
So useful.
So...
Right, well, pretty useful fact-finding mission, all things considered, I think.
Yeah.
Hope yours went a little better than mine, my side of things. Got a bit of a glimpse around. Mm-hmm. There's definitely a safe in the bookcase in that manager's room.
Knew there was something in the fucking bookcase.
Can't tell what was in it. It's lead-lined. I think there's something, from the edge of it, couldn't quite see far enough to reach wherever the vault was, but I assume that would be lead-lined too.
One would imagine. I'd line it with lead.
It was a lot of metal. I'd be very surprised. If there's a safe in the office, though, that suggests that might be where documents are kept. If it was anything more valuable, why wouldn't they just put it in the safe? Like the safe downstairs?
Yeah. Also
Stuff
slightly
that
less
you need
conspicuous.
access to regularly.
Like, for
Yes.
example, the daybook.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, we found out that access to the safe is only obtainable via the manager or their assistant who was with us.
Well, I suppose if we're going to look at this in more detail, Reggie takes out. Reggie reaches for her little bottle, and then realizes you got that bowl. And I assume because you made that bowl earlier, it's either still here or we decanted it into a bottle. So
Yes, we did that one.
Yeah.
you take out the bottle of freshly made Nervish brandy.
Is Jeffrey here? Okay, you gave me a scare, Jeffrey.
What happened?
Jeffrey was in the box.
Fuck me. Why?
It disappeared.
Jeffrey just shrugs.
Why would you do that?
Seriously, Jeffrey, if you were a cat, you've got 8 more.
Take some time to think about what you've done. Fucking hell.
Marjorie just casts shade.
I agree, yes.
Literally.
All right, so Reggie, I guess, steals some of your drinking ware, and pours out, I guess, 4 drinks.
Yes.
Raises the cup.
Oh, I swore I'd never do this, but here goes.
Jeffrey, you can have a little bit of mine.
Excellent.
Marjorie flutters over to your shoulder as well.
It's
Okay,
nice.
you can have some too, Marjorie.
Just pecks. Okay, you.
Rainbow Spirit sticks its head in.
Corzin is
Not
just
a
going
head,
to
but, you know.
take a moment to tie his leg to the chair.
Why are you doing that?
The last time I drank this, I ended up 400 miles away from where I started.
Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, granted, I know a lot more now than I did then, but I'm not taking any chances.
Oh yeah, that part of your backstory.
Aww.
So
Yeah.
you
Vera.
okay? You start. You take a couple of sips, and there's a sort of quick, rosy warmth that fills your body. This is mostly alcohol, after all, with a complex sort of flavour to it. It's like it's spicy, it's strong, and there's just a slight taste of conspiracy. But like if conspiracy was a taste, you can taste that.
Definitely should be.
Yes.
It's like the smell of rebellion, got the taste of conspiracy.
And the light in the room gets a little bit warmer. The edges of things get a little bit softer, and you feel as if things are somehow a little bit more malleable. So, and interestingly, Reggie's hair is like completely pink here now, and she sort of takes it. So, what do we know?
Right,
Well.
this is what I saw.
And I'm going to
Yeah.
use a minor illusion to draw a map.
As you draw the map on the table, you notice outlines start to form in the air around you, as if in almost like a very wireframe way, the interior of the bank starts to depict itself.
I add what I know, if that makes any sense, like what I saw with the office and where Reggie described the safe being behind the bookcase and all that stuff.
All right.
You're measuring what you're drinking a little bit more, but as the drinking and planning continues, everything's the wireframe starts to fill in with like shading and then color.
Oh, that's weird.
Put some little guards in, like obviously stationary ones, but
Yeah, there's at least 11 if they're the same shift pattern as.
Remind me where
as
they
today.
are. Point them out. We'll fill this in.
All right, so we had 2 as we went in here. There's another 2 in the guard room here. We had 2 with us. There was another 2 at the vault itself. Where were the others?
With like a little blossom of pinkish smoke. Dummy versions of each of the guards pop into existence around you.
I approximate at the front of the bank all the tellers that I remember, including the really cool contoured one. She's a little bit more colourful than she actually was in person. With really exaggerated long nails.
Ooh.
That's about right, isn't it?
I think so. And you swear you just hear at the back of your head. Yes, that sounds about right. Look around. Nothing yet. But Reggie smiles.
There were a set of staircases here leading down. They sort of go back on themselves and along. It's actually weirdly quite compact when you think about it, but also they've done a lot with the space.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes
down.
Yeah. I mean, the way it was put to me by that person is, it's hard to, dig down. You can't just break through a wall.
Well, that's true, but also, I would imagine it's probably more commonplace if you have banks that are underground that you'd want them to be secured against being tunneled into rather than just blown apart.
Oh, yes. That would make sense.
That would take ages.
Yeah, although if what I've heard's true, some of the dwarven families have the clout and the resources to do that.
Oh, there's old legends about that sort of thing. Families undermining other families, clan homes, that sort of business.
Yeah.
What, so they just fall into the earth?
Pretty much. We've got to have a really good understanding of architecture.
Alright, so we also know that there is, functionally speaking, a sanctum around the whole thing, and Corzin kind of draws a big circle around all of it.
I feel like me and Scamp kind of come together to make, like...
Around the edges, just like everything beyond the scope of the bank. And you can still see it's like overlaid over the real ship, just goes dark. As if what you're looking at is like illuminated by spotlight from above.
Well,
So-
as far as I can see it, we've got two options. Either we go in guns blazing and shoot a load of guards.
No, I don't think
or-
that's really an option.
No, I don't think so. Or we can
Not
try and
really my
charm
style.
some people. Those are my thoughts. Get them
Bit
to
of
give us
sneaking.
stuff. Sneaking.
Get through.
We can look like not ourselves, so sneaking maybe becomes slightly more of an option. Also, at least some of us can be invisible.
Yeah, also...
Not for
if we
long,
could-
though.
If we could get hold of either the manager or their assistant, Reggie, could you appear like the other one?
Oh, easily. Snaps her fingers. Chief clock.
Kidnapping the manager is
Actually,
not
no,
a bad
wait,
shout.
she can't. She goes like, oh wait, no. No, I can't. Dwarves. I can make a very passable elf, human, orc, hobgoblin, and a push bugbear. Dwarves are a bit short.
That's
Alright, I
fair.
was just thinking if we had one, it would look less suspicious if they were with the other one.
I could, at a push, make you look like a dwarf. You're...
If I just put lifts in my shoes a little bit.
Yes, we need to give you some platform shoes, but...
They look amazing in platforms. In other news, I want some platforms.
Oh, who doesn't? No, if we stilt you up a little bit, that'll get the height, and you'll be a slightly hollow dwarf, but we can do that.
That might be an idea, actually. I don't for a second think that it's as unsophisticated as just you have to look like the person in order to gain access. But at least if we have that as an option, it's not going to look as suspicious if we're seen around or in the vault.
How
Scamp.
tall is the manager?
Scamp, how tall are you?
That's what I was thinking.
5'6" at this point.
Okay, the manager is about 4'7", so it's actually easier to make Scamp look smaller and
Also,
wider.
Scamp's better at lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
So
With
yeah.
some difficulty.
Well, hang on, that's the point though. If we need someone who's more the dwarf side, Scamp, you could just sort of scrunch down a little bit.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't work with me. I'm massive.
Yeah.
Also, not to put too fine a point on it, you actually know some Dwarvish. I don't.
True.
Which is the point. We'll get to it, but there's something I need to run by you.
But the problem, can you change this, what we look like, once you've set it?
Not as such, not without doing it again. I mean, I can do it again. I've got
'Cause-
about enough juice to do this sort of thing, like 2 or 3 times.
Because we can't really walk
3
into the
times.
bank looking like them.
No.
No, I don't suppose so.
Unless we wait for one of them to get off shift and kidnap them and put them in a cupboard for a little while and then go back to work as them.
But we don't know anything about, like, as soon as someone talks
Nothing,
to
yeah.
us.
Also, I mean, I think you're a bit like me. You can't really do accents, can you?
I do very good impressions of people.
Do a dwarf
Especially-
voice right now.
Oi.
Do one. I want to hear your dwarf.
Oh, I'm a dwarf.
Ah,
That's
yes.
terrible. That was offensive.
Goodness, it's like the manager was in the room.
Yeah.
Maybe this isn't our best plan.
Let me just check something.
I didn't even talk to the manager. I don't know what they sound like.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
It doesn't do sound, I don't think.
No.
Could we...
Yeah, just visual.
Could we maybe pick them up outside of the bank and persuade them to let us in?
What, cast like a charm spell?
Or some such thing.
Suggestion, maybe.
A suggestion's just a single thing, though.
It
isn't it?
is. It lasts for 8 hours.
So, do they stack? Like, if we charmed them and we're like, oh, now we're friends, this is lovely, and then suggest they take us into the vault.
I think you could do that. I couldn't do
Because-
both at the same time, but if you did one and I did one, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, one of them's not concentration.
Well, also it would be a good way to find out exactly where the ledger and the daybook are.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the interior of the vault you've conjured up, I assume it's in the heavily secured safe.
That
Yeah.
would make sense.
I mean, just... It could be they're doing a misdirection, but
Why?
security... Take it from someone who's robbed a few places. Security through obscurity is not actually as good as just security through security.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you find it, then you can steal it easily. Whereas it's better to have something that is very obviously hard to steal rather than hidden and kind of easy.
We found so many hidden things that were easy to steal.
Other question is, when would we want to do this? Would it be an early hours of the morning thing? Or... I don't think we should do it at like noon,
No.
There's a reason
no,
There's a reason we talk about daylight robbery with some what's the word? Incredulity.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's a terrible joke that they keep putting in plays in the Underdark, which is, oh, it's just robbery here, isn't it? Huh. Ugh.
That's funny. I can see why it would get old quickly.
Oh, it gets so old.
Alright, so unless we're planning on nabbing either the...
Just because of the
manager.
suggestibility of the environment in the distance, just like often one of the weird black bits, just like a stage appears.
There is a drow child dressed as an arrow on it.
Ha!
I'm literally quoting your play that you wrote. That's what I'm doing.
Sorry.
I love that you didn't get that. That's amazing.
Oh, I did.
Just like awkwardly standing there, dressed as an arrow.
It's like the drow equivalent of a nativity play.
Yes, yes, it is. They look very happy.
Reggie looks over, eyebrow raised.
Yeah, it's rubbish play. About an arrow.
Why would you write a play about an arrow?
Well, it's a magic arrow. It talks and sings and shit. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck wrote it.
A fool.
Yeah.
Some sort of talentless hack, clearly.
Probably.
Now,
Aside to camera from everyone.
so, okay. So it looks like we're thinking. So you're thinking about going in through the staff as the weak point.
Trouble is, are they going to be able to find us?
Well, if we don't look like us,
If we're
no.
seemed, maybe not.
Yeah. I think that's a very important thing. We cannot appear like we do right now.
Such a nice change that we can. We never get disguised magic. It's amazing.
Oh, you're clearly partying with the wrong crowd.
What?
If we can...
You're clearly partying with the wrong crowd. Sorry.
No. If we can get in via either the manager or their assistant, we may be able to persuade them to open the vault in the office. That should get us access to whatever's in there.
Oh, it's quite late that we persuade them to open both.
Well, not persuade magically.
Yeah.
If we can get them under a charm and a suggestion, we've got a good chance.
Yeah, I think it'll take more than one suggestion.
Yeah.
Is that
But-
alright?
Yeah. Yeah,
Great.
it's not actually that hard.
Okay. Just to remind you, a couple of other things. I can do the whole seeing through walls again thing after I've had a bit of lunch.
Excellent.
But
I love that short rest is now lunch.
yeah. If it comes up, don't forget I can snaps her fingers. Poof, the just like on the table appears just like this. I'm just going to say like a beautiful golden cup, like studded with like red stones on like a plinth. You go, Holy Grail. But I
What?
Excuse me.
that's what it looks like in the stories, isn't it? It's like a cup or something with red stones in it.
I'm going to say yes.
Right. Anyway, whatever. I can make you those.
Do you know anything about the Holy Grail?
I'd love to steal it if it exists.
Oh, hard same.
Don't really know a lot. Just what you learn in Regent School.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Made by the Regent from the...
The will, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Like, cried a tear after killing the Tarrasque. Turned it into... I don't know. It's a
Have
long
another
time
shot
ago.
of damage printing.
Yeah, it does as well, like shaking her head. All quite dull, really. Otherwise, though, just worth mentioning, and she gestures with at the grail in the centre, turns into a little clay person, like waving. I can do this. Snaps her fingers. Clay person turns into a bird and flutters around.
Oh, that's useful.
Pretty much any animal.
What about if you turn one of us into like a spider and we're just spidered in?
Yeah, can do that.
Well, that's the
Into
point, actually.
where?
I don't know, into the vault or the office or something, but then we'd have to have a way to get out. So actually we'd have the Jeffrey problem.
I mean,
That's the point.
I do. Yes, that lasts about an hour if I focus on it.
Mm-hmm.
If I can keep focused. There's a way to end it early. Kill yourself.
Ah,
Well,
Oh, like the tuna.
or the sheep.
Oh, the sheep.
That was a bad day. That was a bad
That
fucking
was a
day.
bad.
I'm not sure I've ever recovered, to be honest.
yeah, that was
There's a lot happened.
that was an interesting one to figure out the first time.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that one could. Same, actually. We had. If it hadn't been for Jeffrey and his sword. Whew.
Your monkey tried to kill you?
I was an unexpected sheep.
Oh. I turned into a crow, flew away, got shot by a guardsman, and right back out onto the rooftops.
Huh.
It was a bit of a
dear.
surprise.
Bet it fucking was the first time, yeah.
Good thing I didn't get far above the rooftops when they got me.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Uh,
Speaking of guards, though, if there's a way we can distract or incapacitate the guards that are likely to be in the guard room or by the vault itself, I think we'll have an easier time of it.
I love distracting guards, but... Are they going to set off an alarm or something if they see anything weird? That's what worries me.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are.
There's only
a lot.
one vault, isn't there?
As far as we can tell, yes.
So, if we can get the manager to let us under spells, there's still 4 of us we need to explain being there. If you can see one of us to make us look like the other person. I've forgotten their job role. The other person that we talked to.
The Chief Cashier?
That's the bunny.
The clay,
Then maybe
the clay
the other-
bird becomes just a bunny.
Oh.
Bunnies start popping up.
Oh,
There's
rabbits
now,
do that.
There's now a bunny next to the child on the stage, dressed like an arrow, but the bunny is also wearing an arrow outfit.
Yeah.
Ah,
Some of the bunnies are blue and glittery, like the ones in the Dreamfold.
They just like little static shots.
Electric rabbits again.
Anyway, then there's still the other 3 of us to account for being down there.
Yes.
So we could either go invisible. I can do that on 2 people, but it only lasts a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Or
a minute would, if we were at a dead run, maybe be enough time to get down there, but...
Not sure we could plausibly be at a dead run, you know?
Or it
That's
might
my
be
thinking.
just long enough to get us past some guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, more the issue.
At a full pace, you reckon you could get from the entrance of the building to the gate, if you were just like walking briskly but not running, 3 rounds, like 18 seconds or so, and then probably again another 4 to 5 rounds to get to the vault. It's a fair distance, like half that obviously, like you could be there in 4 rounds if you ran.
I have a fucking ridiculous idea, and I might just be drunk.
Go on.
Tell us it immediately.
Are there any images of G&G? And could we disguise 2 of us as G&G and have the managers be showing us round?
That's brilliant.
I mean,
Well,
I did wonder about that.
You haven't actually seen any images of G&G anywhere in the bank.
That could be helpful, though.
yeah, if you could
because
find out...
The staff don't know
they
what they look like. So if we get it slightly wrong,
Yeah.
might not be awful.
I suppose I could certainly make you look like a short dwarf and you like a slightly taller dwarf.
I could make you invisible.
Yes, or we could have a bodyguard.
Or 2.
I'm sure G&G would have bodyguards. I mean,
Surely
Fuck.
they're too important.
we have
and
manager
high-value not
G&G
to.
and a bodyguard. That could do it without having to worry about invisibility only lasting a minute.
Yeah.
All right, I'm liking this. So, what would be the cover story for why we're there?
Surprise inspection.
Legitimately, maybe surprise inspection if they've not been in town in
Yeah.
a while. They want to check that their branches are still running
Direct
as they
from head
expect.
office. I like it. All right.
Or they're collecting something personal from the vault.
Yes.
Yes, or you know what I think might be more believable in that situation? They're being audited.
Why would they do it in the middle of the night?
Well, they
And,
can't
and
do it
you'd
while
bring
the-
auditors to an audit. You wouldn't bring the 2 heads of the bank.
Well, they can't be done during the day because they're still like exchanging money, aren't they?
Yeah,
But,
that's
I
true.
take your point.
I think it'd be something more personal for the actual heads to be there, surely.
That's the point.
There are a lot of revolutions going on right now. Could they be worried about something because of those?
Yeah, come to collect something because they're...
They've heard there's unrest in Newmark.
Yeah, because they're worried that the Osirians will get itchy fingers.
Yeah, maybe they'll claim it for their own, for the war effort.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's solid.
So the place where this all falls down if it goes wrong is getting hold of the manager and charming them.
Yes.
If we can get the manager or their assistant to the vault, and get them to open it on the basis of it being G&G themselves, without
No,
charming them.
there's no way we'd persuade them we're the real ones.
No, definitely
The
not.
actual manager, no. We're
Definitely.
not that
Have they
good.
met?
We don't know anything about them.
No, I mean, it does occur to me that I could check what they actually look like by...
Oh no, we should totally.
But by
check
looking
what
for
they
them the
actually
last
look
time
like.
they were in a
that's a very
scribal
good idea.
location.
Yeah, we should do a scry on them.
Yeah.
But I think the better bet is to catch the manager outside the bank.
Yeah, the manager doesn't come in with us. Hang on, the manager has to come in with us. I'm confused.
Yes.
How does this work?
Yeah,
How do we...
Well, we find the manager outside the bank,
Yeah.
charm them,
Yeah, persuade them to go back.
get them with the suggestion to go back, and we go in.
I was able to pick out.
How
I
is
think
the manager not going to flag that we immediately then disguise ourselves?
Well, we'll have them charmed. We can be disguised already when we meet.
There
when
are
we find
lines, though, aren't there? With charm.
Got to
them. They
say,
think you're a friend.
as someone who's had a couple of experiences with charm magic, let's just say that you trust someone, but you don't stop being you.
Oh yeah, but that's why we need suggestion as well. Charm's not going to do it on its own.
There's only
Charm
so
is
much you
just
can...
to stop them panicking generally.
I could suggest to them that they take us to the vault. I couldn't at the same time suggest that they don't tell anyone.
Well, that might be just where we have to be charming.
Yeah.
If we turn, if we,
I
can
don't know
catch
how we
them-
do this without convincing them that we're G&G. With
Well, no,
laced with
we'll-
charm magic.
We turn up looking like G&G to wherever they are.
Mm-hmm.
Charm them. Ask them to suggest they take us to the vaults. And get us the daybook and the other thing.
Yes.
The ledger.
Yeah. So we've got 3 layers. We've got a disguise, which should... The charm person should make the disguise more convincing, because they'll be willing to be friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I'm disguised as one of the G&G and am casting the charm.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the suggestion will actually get them to do the thing that they'd be unwilling to do.
Yes. I like this.
There are
Yeah.
so many places where it can fall apart.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I
I
managed-
love the sound of this.
I mean, if they have anything on them that proves them against charm magic, we're fucked.
Pretty difficult. I should know I'm immune to it.
Really?
Part of the whole deal.
Ah,
That's fun.
that's impressive. I'm
Useful.
Had
some training to make me a little better than usual, but I'm not immune.
oh,
I'd love to be immune.
stiff mind will stiff will can shrug it off. Absolutely. I just had some rough experiences with it and was quite happy to learn that could get a little bit of extra proofing.
Jealous.
Yes, I'm afraid you'd have to go through the whole
Multi-class?
rigmarole I did.
Celestia multi-class into
Into
original
Warlock?
Ha!
You need to get to level 10 before you get immune to charm magic
Ah, shame.
with that specific patron.
That's
We're
fair.
too high a level without multi-classing to that
Also,
team.
I just don't think she's a multi-class.
No, but I mean, if she did,
If she
Warlock's
did,
a
it would
good
be a
choice.
very good choice. But she's such a fucking bard, you know?
She is.
Yeah. I don't think she has anything else.
It's fine. Just get to level 15, I think it is, and is Mind Blank in this edition anymore? I can't.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Just get to level 15 and take Mind Blank.
What does that even do?
You are basically immune to mind affecting magic. Yeah, it like you become immune to charms, mind reading, divinations.
Yeah.
It's like anything that would violate your mental privacy. No, doesn't work.
Nothing. Yeah.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Psychic damage. Oh.
Yeah. For like one day.
8th level spells.
I know.
Fun.
I might need your two help with this, but when I was down at the vault, I saw them and Corzin tries to recreate the motions in midair that he saw the assistant opening the vault make.
I think we can. One moment. Reggie puts out her hands and makes almost like a swimming motion with them, and the scene like shifts so that the position of the bank moves around you, and suddenly, from your positions, you are now in front of the vault door.
Oh, perfect.
Ooh.
Alright, so it was 90 degrees clockwise, 45 anti-clockwise, then 180 clockwise again, and I think then 20 to 25 anti, and then 180 to 210 clockwise again.
Okay, you sound a little unsure of those last ones.
Yeah.
No, the last two were a little bit iffy, but is there a dwarven number that begins with a V sound?
That wasn't first, Sam.
The. Okay. The. No, I can see what you're doing.
I know it wasn't, but...
I'm
the.
confused.
There is. Sure.
It's the fourth number, but it was one that he could hear, but it was the position he was unsure of, but if he knows what the actual number was, it doesn't matter what if he's unsure of the position.
There's... Gosh. Via would, like... Honestly, anything beginning with 550... or it might start with a V in Dwarven.
Why are you asking about a V?
Well, I didn't overhear it all, but there were I could overhear them saying something underneath their breath when they were opening the vault. It's either the numbers or some other verbal component.
Verbal component would be my guess, because I don't think I'd say the numbers out loud.
I mean, I might, but I'm a bit of an idiot, so I don't think the manager.
No,
I'm all right, but you know, numbers. Sometimes you got to spell them out.
You get that?
Okay.
So
What sounds did you hear?
Possible? Yeah. What were the other sounds?
Okay, the first one was a H sound, and a hm, and a cl.
And then a V.
And finally V, and I didn't hear the last one.
Okay.
From the Dwarvish that I know, any famous dwarven sayings that begin with those, or words, or anything?
Celestia and Scamp independently. Give me a history check.
Oh, I'm so good at history. Can I give Scamp inspiration, please?
Yes, you can.
I'll just go, yeah, dwarven. Look at us.
I remember Dwarven.
So you get D10 if you want it, my love.
I definitely do.
That's a 12 from me, so I really hope you roll well on your D10.
A 21.
Well done. You did way better than me.
Okay, 21.
I rolled an 8 on the D10.
Yay.
That D10 was good.
There is actually, and you do think of the so the Hilmklevier, which coincidentally translates to helm cleaver in Joven, is actually a somewhat storied clan in Dwarven history / mythology. More like it's like distant history, like the point where the history starts getting a bit like you're into legend. And the Hilmklevier clan were They were they were a large clan in the western Sunscrest Mountains during the days before Petroleon started conquering. And famously, they contracted themselves out and joined him in his conquests. Also, in the process, also establishing a solid sort of foothold in the power hierarchy on the surface for dwarves in a way that they didn't really have in the same way in Jova. They're actually the clan is actually technically extinct now. There's a few cadet houses that survived beyond them, but it's literally a case of the main line of the family just died out. So there are lots of clans. So there's like 5 or 6 clans that claim heritage to the Hilmklivir, but like none of them have the name. That is the closest thing that would match up to those syllables that you can think of.
Could be that.
Well, that's more than I've got.
All right. Do they have the same type of alphabet as Jovan?
Broadly, yeah, it works. It's syllabic rather than. Sorry, not syllabic. What's the one we use? Ours isn't syllabic, is it? Ours is.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, ours is it's not syllabic. It's alphabetic. It's kind of different. Yeah. But yeah, like it works off a similar. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just thinking actually. Just doing my origins for a moment. Predating them, didn't tie into that. Would be no alphabetic. Modern Dwarvish uses an alphabetic system. Like you go far enough back, you start getting into stuff like Semitic languages. We only record the consonants and stuff, and it's us. Right, but like that's ancient Dwarvish.
All right, so possibly if there's numbers that correspond to the letters of the word, if that is the word. Correspond to the numbers.
I still don't think you'd say the vault number out loud.
I think it's literally just a verbal component. Otherwise, why would you say it if you?
You wouldn't say it. I think it's 2 components. I agree with Scamp.
You are able to work out, by the way, from the dial that appears in front of you, the numbers for the first 3 of the 5 turnings.
Do they match up?
They don't match up to those positions in the alphabet. No.
No. Okay, well that answers that.
Yeah.
Right.
You are.
So it's like the final number they had to do at the same time as the key they had. Yeah. They put it in the lock and turn the dial at the same time.
The last 2 numbers are either 34 or 35 for number 4, and one of the numbers between 10 and 15 for the last one.
Reggie, how are you with safes?
Honestly, not my strong point. I'm more of a grifter. Words less than locks.
So sorry, it was 34 and 35 and what?
More of a grifter. I'm good with people, not so good with
numbers.
locks.
No, previously the numbers.
Oh.
It was 34 or 35 and what?
10 to 15.
10 to 15, right, cool.
So you can flip a coin or roll a d6 if you want us to do it by chance.
Oh, God.
No, we'll probably do it by thieves' tools.
Yes, I imagine so.
Yeah.
But knowing the first 3 does significantly lower the DC.
That's good.
That's good, because I don't know if it'll be me or Jeffrey, but either way is not ideal.
I love that sometimes you call what Jeffrey will be doing if he opens the safe a monkey in a heist, and Jeffrey actually is a monkey.
Oh.
That's really pleasing to me.
Then
Safe
Jeffrey
monkey.
will have to do it. It's the thing of if I have Tides of Chaos available, it's better for me to
I
do it.
think you do have
If
tides available.
Yeah, but if at that point I've not used it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
But-
depends what we're up to, doesn't it?
If I've already used it, then it makes more sense to use Jeffrey and hope that I can use the D4.
Right.
Mechanically.
I can
it
also give
varies
Jeffrey
whether it's better or
inspiration.
worse.
Or
yeah,
you,
just-
like either of you can have inspiration
Please
from me.
inspire Jeffrey.
I've inspired Jeffrey before, like, that's
yeah.
definitely
I
happened.
love it.
Yeah.
It makes me so happy.
Alright, well, we've got a plan.
Yeah, there are a lot of holes in it, but I can't see how we
There's
can
a-
get a lot more solid, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a lot of places it could go wrong.
Oh, so
But
many.
if it all miraculously went right,
Wouldn't it be a lovely day?
cool, what a lovely day that would be. Yeah.
It's not going
Would
to.
it help if, when we picked up the manager or the assistant, if prior to casting a charm spell on them, could you read their mind for information about how to get into either of these vaults?
Yeah?
I mean, if the charm fails, that is totally the way we should go about
Yeah, if
getting
the
into
charm
these
fails, we
vaults.
should probably, read their mind and knock them out afterwards.
That's a really good shout.
Yeah.
Well, I can do that.
You're very
I can
good at that.
definitely do that, yes.
Keep an eye. People who haven't been trained might not always notice that when you try and charm them. But but anyone with training will notice if you try and pull a charm on them and fail.
Oh yeah, no.
That is true,
I think
actually.
if we do it and it fails, that's knocking out time.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're fucked.
Also, there's something else. When I was going down there, I had a brief look with and he sort of gestures to the belt, and I saw, and he's going to try and draw a crude representation of the thing he saw. He goes,
Ooh.
I do not know what
Oh
that
yeah,
is. If
the
it
horrifying
is-
thing.
The test tubes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The horrifying thing in the
No, the
ethereal.
Oh, the
creature that was
thing.
in the ethereal plane.
Does that mean anything to me?
Roll an Arcana check.
I don't know if
I'm
that's
literally
anything.
wondering because spiders, like there's no other reason I'm asking, but
Would I
The
maybe
first
have
time
seen
I've ever seen
something?
anything
Or,
like that.
Like, have I ever read anything about it? Or
it's on 18.
is there anywhere I'd know?
Honestly, maybe roll an Arcana check.
Cool. 14.
Neither of you have up until very recently ever heard of anything like this, but Celestia does sound an awful like whatever you took an essence of the blood from.
I'm sorry, I'm really
When the blood
lost.
magic happened on you, sounds a little bit like the creature that the Wild Prince had and did
That
the
was
blood
like a
magic on you.
shrimp, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, not the same
Yeah, but it's
creature.
a dead one.
Not the same creature. Look different, but of an ilk in some way. In the way that like goldfish and sharks are related.
Okay.
Ugh.
It's a bit like the blood magic shrimp.
Well,
Well,
that's disturbing.
yeah, that
that's
makes
a
it...
To go
question
after
for
a
Episode
rat.
Sorry, you both
Okay.
spoke at the
Sorry.
same time.
Corzin, you go.
It seemed to go after a rat.
Ew. Creepy.
Probably just hungry. And also, blood magic, definitely a question for drinks.
Oh, you'd love it, actually. We should do that.
Darling, yes.
Ugh.
That's scary.
Alright.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if it's related, but I couldn't not mention
I'm
that.
really
Oh, no,
glad
yeah,
that
okay.
you can see into this scary, scary place because there are so many things in there that we would just not know about.
Wouldn't that be a shame? We didn't
Yeah.
have more things to give us nightmares.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love to not know they were there and not need to, but if that's a part of the security measures, I'm really glad we know it's there.
I honestly can't be sure, but it seems weird that it would be unrelated.
Unless they're just one of those things that's everywhere.
On the not only security
Jason
measures,
started
actually,
laughing,
after we get through past the combination, they fiddled with something before we were allowed to actually go into the vault. I don't know what it was. I'm guessing some form of spell effect.
Okay, so
Or a
if
chat,
we get
maybe.
them to...
Maybe
If
they
we
were
get to-
disabling.
If we get the charm to work, we need to make sure that they disable it. If we
Yeah.
don't get the charm
Yeah.
to work, we need to get that information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, what's our next step?
Scry on G&G, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
Yeah. Find out what they look
Yeah.
your
maybe
own
scry
scrying
on when the
equipment,
manager
nice.
leaves.
like. That would be a good idea as well.
You'd need to You'd need to have some idea if you wanted to scry at the exact time they leave, of when their shift ends.
Oh. We can do weird scrying, darling.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm very intrigued. All right. Well then, I suppose I have to watch this.
Oh, by all means.
Let's do some magic, and then I suppose any other intelligence gathering we need to do. So, scrying room, if you're going to do scrying. Okay.
Yeah, I guess we
Yeah.
go to the sending room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still drunk on nervous brandy, that's interesting.
Oh yeah. You
we
turn
are.
to walk to the sending room, smack into the wall.
Ow.
You realise everything. You can still see the ship, but now by this point, the ship is now like loose outlines.
Oh, that's weird.
Interesting.
Don't drink and cast.
Is Reginald.
Corzin is slowly going to be untying his leg.
Darling, if I followed that logic, I'd never do magic.
Almost same.
I think the rules are somewhat different for you, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Well, I don't get hangovers.
Oh, so jealous of so many things.
Ah.
The kleptomania gets annoying, but meh.
Oh, like magically induced kleptomania.
I mean, I assume so. I just have to, do a little theft every now and again.
Has she nicked anything
Alright,
while we've
let's-
been here?
Roll either insight or perception, your choice.
Perception.
Perception.
Let me have a look which one's bigger for me. Also
One of those is a
perception.
natural one.
That is a 23.
Yeah.
That's a 17.
So perception from Corzin. Sorry, what was your insight or perception?
23 perception.
Perception. Yeah. She has absolutely stolen both an ink pot and a quill from Corzin's desk while this has been going on.
She can have them.
And our hearts.
Yes, also our hearts.
Just like without like even deliberate, like just at one point you see her casually like lean against the desk, get it open, nick some stationery, and wander off with it as you leave the room. It's a little disconcerting because you're having to almost ignore portions of your vision, working along this weird wireframe version of your ship, while you can see a perfectly clear corridor of a bank in front of you. However, you make it to the sending room, and sit down and prepare your first sending of the first scrying of the day. You've got 3 of these left. Mm-hmm. So, what is your first scry?
Show me the last time Golden Craps and Guildenstern were in a scribe. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Sorry, I
Show
really
me
had
the
him.
last time Golden Crats and Guildenstern is what you said.
We're in a Scrabble location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Have fun.
Okay, you give yourself a pass tally.
Yay!
You spin the eye and begin lean forwards
Definitely need
and
to pick up some shackles.
just sort of focus on it. 3 minutes in. So, does something happen? From your perspective, this is always just like almost instantaneous. Everyone else, Celestia just sits and stares for 10 minutes.
It is happening, trust me.
Yeah, it's just a bit slow.
Right.
Intelligence gathering.
I see. Anyone play bridge? Flicks her hand, set of cards appear.
Hello, Pearl.
More a fan of liar's dice, but
Oh, I can do dice. Claps hands together. Some dice appear, some cups. You go to reach them, they're illusory. It's a favourite. I always know what the dice roll.
Yeah.
Of course.
Great for the shell game, by the way. The P isn't even there.
I've got some playing cards. Hang on.
You start playing.
Corzin, in fact, does. He's never used them before, but he does, in fact, have playing cards.
You start up a game of whist. I don't know how you play whist. I think you can do it with multiple people.
I think you have to
it's
be
definitely not
in an old novel to play whist.
Yeah.
I think those are the rules.
Yeah.
Your options are whist, bridge, or pontoon. Maybe blackjack if you want to play pontoon, but like more Sundrin. Anyway, you. After about 10 minutes, Celestia blinks and her eyes just pools of water. Oh, the thing's happening.
Yeah, but we don't get to see anything. We just have to sit and wait.
Damn. Oh well, deal. Celestia. You plunge into water. Okay. This is a tricky one. They would have. So. You find yourself flashing through to a city. Actually, it's an interesting city. You're in the exterior of a great interior, of all things. Up ahead, beyond stretching out, there is a vast cavern. But over time, it has been sculpted and engineered. Sections of the natural cavern roof have been bolstered by buttresses, by archways, and the roof has been smoothed into a dome overlying the city. Around the edges, buildings have been carved into the sides.
Is it an Underdark city?
It is definitely an Underdark city, but there is light from something set high above. There is a sort of pale, at this distance, replica of sunlight. It's as if the whole city is bathed from the outside in a dim evening twilight.
Have I seen this kind of thing before?
Yes, you have. It
A day
appears
orb?
to be a day orb,
Ooh.
but this far away, it's not strong. The strong sunlight that you've been in near them. It just illuminates everything.
Have I heard of a city with a day orb?
You would
Like
have.
genuinely, because they're so rare.
Yes. This is the mountain home.
Ooh.
The city on the city oh boy, this would be the city of and here I have to go to the paper notes because
I'm
it's
sorry.
been a while. We're definitely back in Jova. You've heard of this place before.
Just Jova Underdark, that's
Oh yeah.
potentially not that far from my neck of the woods.
Eastfell.
What?
Eastfell.
Istfell.
Eastfell. A-I-S-T.
Wow, I did not. A-I-S-T.
Yes.
And then...
F-E-L-L.
Well, that was not remotely how I was going to spell that until you said that. Excellent.
Yeah. Eastfell. It is the most developed and one of the oldest cities, dwarven cities in the Sunscrest Mountains. And it is a work of carefully cultivated beauty. The city is stepped in tiers as it goes down around this central dome. There are gardens. For the most part, these gardens are illuminated, grow sort of carefully cultured large fungi. But here and there, on private terraces, there is light from dwarf crystals, illuminating small gardens of slightly spindly surface plants, where they've taken an interest with the owners. The streets are well paved and well maintained. You actually can see in the distance a small crew of dwarves replacing some of the stonework. Water flows through carefully managed canals and aqueducts down through the city, and it seems and there is a great deal of quiet hustle and bustle of life. It's a little bit like being at home. Everything is conducted in whispers or quiet voices. There's a gentle sort of susurrance throughout the city. A few key differences from a drow city. No slaves that you can see. Mostly dwarves. A few. There, you do see a couple of humans, some orcs, even some halflings that seem to be here as merchants or visitors. A handful of drow as well. But as far as you can tell, the people here are well fed, wear good clothing, and seem to be free. It's probably not the case that there's no poverty. You might just be in a richer area. And you see, stepping out of a building, a luxurious-looking appointed stone manor, are a pair of dwarves. Okay, so these dwarves are... Here.
Any signifiers as to time period? So maybe figure out how long ago this was.
Sure. This is Dwarven style, so roll me a history check.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay.
Yes.
So a couple of... First of all, the Dwarven styles are fairly modern, as far as you can tell, although they don't change a lot. The real indicator, though, looking around, is a bit of conversation you overhear in Dwarvish from another couple of dwarves walking past, who glance over at a group of sort of mid-level dressed drow, like from a minor family, and you just hear them talking in Dwarvish. Have you heard about what happened to Utu? Strange to see it happen. Strange. Did the Dwarven Quarter get out all right? As much as I understand, yes. That's all right then. And they walk on their way. Seems to be now. Or at least within recent days.
Okay, so their appearance is going to be accurate. That's nice. Yeah.
So you see two dwarves. There is a blonde-haired dwarf. Gonna want perception checks, please. A perception check on this one, please.
That's 19.
Okay, blonde-haired female dwarf. You can tell just a little bit by looking at the roots that there's hair dye.
Interesting.
To cover up some greys. Scattered greys here and there, but she's clearly not quite ready to go to embrace the silver-haired look. She is well dressed, black and gold, in a modern sort of dwarven coat with knot designs. I'm just trying to think from here. And tastefully done gold and ruby jewellery at beard adornments. She, like her companion, is actually quite good looking as dwarves go, and kind of holds herself with a cultured sort of deportment. Her companion is a sort of dark brown-haired dwarf. Both of them have their hair well kept, kind of clean, swept back, very conservative dwarven styles. Well-maintained beard. And he has a single silver beard ring, thick, detailed, highlighted with, I'm going to say, blue topaz.
Ooh.
The pair of them are just walking and discussing, and listening into their conversation, it's quite mundane. As far as you can tell, the pair of them are going for a walk. They seem to be on their way to work, and discussing. Mostly, actually, largely. There's a little comment about Utu, and you just hear, and you get a sense of their voices as well. So, one moment. So the blonde-haired dwarf woman, this will be this, cool, says, it seems that we're getting more and more of... It seems that we're getting more and more of these refugees every day. The dark-haired dwarf. Well, it's hardly surprising. Those that have been able to get towards the east make the journey towards Haldanos already have, and not all of them have welcoming cousins over in I'm completely drawing a blank on names today. Over in Joragumo, which you know to be the other Jovan city of Drow.
Oh, so that's where Olbilmer would be going. Yeah.
They would either be running to Joragumo, breaking to the surface if desperate, or otherwise finding refuge here, or making the long and dangerous trek under the ocean to Haldanos, where the other 6 cities are.
It's like a load of terrifying cabins away, yeah?
Yeah. Long, dangerous journey, but also a major trade route in its own way. Let's talk of less depressing matters. Is it going to be? Okay. Let's talk of less depressing matters, Olon.
Olon.
The dark-haired dwarf nods. You're right, Ernir. Sorry, it would be Erni rather than Er, because female. I've been wondering, have you seen the latest line of quotes that have been coming in? I've been thinking about one of those more slash-cut affairs. Just between you and me, I'm glad that they're not taking on that ridiculous frock look that's going on in the surface. Hate having to wear those things. Yes, but you know, it does impress the humans. Ugh, it's all humans and orcs these days. What do you think about that whole business out east? Well, if I was a betting woman, and I wasn't us, I'd put my money on the orcs.
Ooh, Celestia in the vision.
After all, they seem to have everything on their side, don't they?
Oh, fuck off.
but they certainly seem to do. They give each other a small smile and continue walking on their way.
What are you smirking about, you fuckers?
They continue to talk. Beyond this,
Was it a
though,
conspiratorial smirk?
conspiratorial smirk. They mostly talk about fairly dull matters, though. Fashion, how things look. And after about 10 minutes, you pull back out.
Oh, they're really boring.
But you found
did
them?
find them.
Yes, I did find them. I don't know who has what surname, which could be a problem.
They did not refer to each other by surname.
Why
no.
would you if you were friends? That would be weird. But we might be able to look it up.
That's true.
I'm sure there are texts about them.
Surely.
Surely someone knows
Yeah.
something.
They look like this and this. I do simulation.
Great.
Well, that's certainly more than we had before.
Oh, I missed an
Alright.
opportunity to call them Ernie and Eric, but never mind.
Ah.
More coming to wise.
Ah.
But no.
And yeah, that one talked in a not Scottish accent, and that one talked in a not Welsh accent because that's not the world we're in.
What you refer to as East and West Sun's Crest.
Okay.
And we'll say that the Welsh one is East Sun's Crest, and the Scots
Yeah.
one is West Sun's Crest.
And I don't think we have a single person here who can do accents other
Sorry.
than Red.
I'm actually going to flip that round, so it's West Sun's Crest is Welsh,
Okay.
so that the W's match up.
Fair. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I get that. That's reasonable.
yeah. Sorry, carry on.
But yeah, the only one here who can do accents is Reggie. So we might want to just not talk too much when we get in the building.
Yeah.
Alright. Could Reggie perhaps then be part of the entourage?
We're going to have an entourage,
I
won't
mean,
we?
I certainly can. I'm just going to not be a dwarf.
Yeah, same. That'd be a problem.
Right,
What
so...
was the manager? Was the manager a dwarf?
Yes.
Oh, we're going to have so many problems.
Literally,
got
almost
so many
all,
problems.
majority of the staff were dwarves, some human, couple of humans, few orcs, one goblin.
We're in such trouble.
Maybe one of G&G is what we can do. One of G&G and the manager, and then some guards.
Alright, well, that's...
Well- Yeah, but we still don't have anyone who could do the accents.
Oh, no. But, you know.
it would rely perhaps on, them knowing them personally to be able to spot a fake. Okay, there are dwarves all over the place. Sometimes they don't have that specific accent.
Yeah.
They'd need to know them personally to know they had
Yeah,
that
but
accent.
I mean, they, never have yours.
And I don't really know what mine even is.
Your dwarf voice is impeccable, don't get me wrong, but they also never speak like that. Absolutely no shade on your dwarf voice. It's genuinely my favourite thing, but...
But it doesn't sound like a dwarf.
no.
I'd call that minor shade at the very least.
I mean it with complete
But you're not wrong.
honesty and good nature. I love it with my whole heart, but it's not...
It's in no way a dwarf voice.
No, it's not.
Oh, an idea. Can you mime it and do it by magic?
Like ventriloquism.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you can both cast Minor Illusion, so you could both do the
Illusion of
other's
mouth.
voice. No, you can do sound.
Oh.
You can Minor Illusion sound.
That's
It just
wonderful.
relies on your ability to lip sync yourself.
Might be a bit fucked up.
Oh,
Could it be done though?
I mean,
There'll be
genuinely, right, if we
or
gave
dyspepsia
them
checks.
sort of bandanas over their faces for whatever reason, maybe. Like highwaymen.
well, they were just timed it right.
Robbing their own bank?
They're being disguised because they're celebrities.
Oh,
Ooh.
yes, that makes sense.
Or because they're public figures and there's a war on.
Yeah.
It's a good reason to not be
Actually,
out in
terrible idea,
public.
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
There's actually a real danger we'll get kidnapped.
Actually, if
in disguise, it'd be so funny.
Oh, it'd be so funny. Oh no, sorry, we're just trying to rob the bank. Please continue with your day.
Oh no, it's not really them. It's just us in disguise to rob the bank. It's all fine. Go kidnap someone else.
Oh, brilliant.
Corzin's sort of doing the, mathematical symbols in midair kind of face.
There probably are actually mathematical symbols in midair, but
Yeah.
you just have name of brandy, which is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still lingering, so you just and it's like they actually expand just on their own
Ooh.
into just this weird chalkboard setup.
Alright. Should we try and find out then when the manager is next likely to leave the bank?
Yeah.
Yes.
It'll be your last. I think probably your last thing to do then, scrying wise. So, is that what?
Yeah.
Just check your wording then.
Show me when the manager of the bank that we just went to next leaves said bank.
Okay.
So
Spin the
future
eye.
tally.
10 minutes of bridge, and future tally, and you see. Oh. Roll me a d12.
D12.
Yep.
Hang on, I want a rainbow D12. 10.
Okay. You see the manager of the bank stepping out of a sort of oblong bubble where Golden Kratz and Guildenstern should be. You recognise the street. Turning, seeming to interact with something you can't see, and then walking out into the street.
Oh, what have you got? Interesting.
You see them walk, and they're actually how comfortable are they? I think they would probably as they leave, a couple of it's a wartime. A couple of dwarves you can see are waiting at the street nearby. They don't seem to be employees of the bank, but they do look like they are wearing maybe some concealed armour.
Oh, like
they
maybe
seem to
bodyguards?
Yeah.
That's horribly sensible for Celestia in the vision.
So the pair of bodyguards sort of come up and give them a nod. From the time of day, it seems to be approaching evening. Could be a perception check.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to make a guess.
Yeah. What?
11.
11.
Oh no, 10. Sorry,
10.
I'm getting my skills mixed up.
Approaching evening, certainly after 5, before 8. But he and the two bodyguards walk down the street, and they make their way up to another structure, which appears like a bubble to your sight,
Ooh, going from one to another.
but which the positioning of is the Temple of St. Fury.
Ah.
As he and his guards sort of knock on the door and step in, the bubble breaks, and you return. There is a 3-minute window of travel.
Okay. I relay this,
You relay this, and with that
Well,
in
that's the
mind,
time to nab them then.
and as you consider the exact time to make your plans, having gathered as much information as you can for now, and you may have an opportunity to gather any more next time, we're going to take our break there. And next time, you're going to do your damnedest to rob Golden Kratz and Guildenstern. But that is for next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s. Who doesn't love a drink with friends, where you can get up to ill ends? We'll pull a heist, we've made a plan, with aid of one whose rhymes oft scan.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.